When I delivered the budget speech for financial year 24-25, I made several commitments on government expenditure priorities for the financial year. In February 2025, I presented a detailed semi-annual budget performance report of this financial year to Parliament in line with the law. In this section, I provide the highlights of what government has achieved this financial year to date. Madam Speaker, with respect to investing in people of Uganda, the following has been achieved. Let me repeat. Madam Speaker, with respect to investing in the people of Uganda, the following has been achieved. Health. Madam Speaker, during this financial year 24-25, the following milestones have been achieved in the health sector. 1. Government continued to invest in saving the lives of Ugandans by providing shillings 721 billion for healthcare supplies, general and essential medicines under the national medical stores. This included additional financing of shillings 100 billion for essential medicines, shillings 116.8 billion for RRVs, shillings 2.9 billion for anti-malaria medicines, shillings 17.8 billion for immunization supplies, and shillings 52.3 billion for laboratory supplies, and shillings 2.1 billion for anti-TB drugs. Government continued to improve healthcare infrastructure and equipment. For example, we completed, equipped, and commissioned 3 regional blood banks in Hoima, Arua, and Soroti, operationalized 16 high-capacity oxygen plants across key regional referral hospitals, continued infrastructure development and equipping of the 2 specialized centers for cancer and cardiovascular care. Infrastructure development of Ruvoa Specialized Hospital is now at 68% progress, and training of the specialists is ongoing. Constructed new maternity wards and the staff houses in the health center 2s that are being upgraded to health center 3s, distributed 20 digital X-ray machines to general hospitals, and installed CT scans in 14 out of 16 regional referral hospitals. Government implemented interventions for preventive health care, for disease prevention and promotion of healthy lifestyles. For example, trained and deployed community health extension workers across the country to deliver essential health education on hygiene and sanitation, nutrition and disease prevention, and to support routine immunization efforts. Undertook residual spraying in 13 districts, which protected the lives of 2.7 billion people and 560,000 households against malaria, and introduced the malaria vaccine into the extended program on immunization targeting children under 5 years of age. He improved the digitization of healthcare services by extending connectivity of the electronic medical record system in 4 national referral hospitals and 16 regional referral hospitals. This has improved patient record management, drug dispensing, and monitoring the attendance of health workers. Strengthened the national ambulance and emergency care system by providing additional ambulances to improve the national emergency response and referral system. Madam Speaker, to further improve the health of Ugandans, a total of shillings 5.87 trillion has been provided in next financial year 25-26. The priority intervention will include 1. Functionalizing health centers. 4. 2. Strengthening primary health care and community health services. 3. Scale up of national e-health infrastructure. 4. Promotion of nutrition and education and reproductive health. 5. Continued deployment of community health extension workers. 6. Strengthening the national ambulance and emergency referral system. And 7. Construction of specialized health facilities for cancer and cardiovascular care. Now, education. Madam Speaker, the following milestones have been achieved in the education sector. 1. Provided access to universal primary education for 9.2 million learners and 905,116 learners under universal secondary education.
Minister, for record, it is 9.52.
Oh, 452. Well, my officers have misled me. And I close that one. 2. Over 5,192 students, both on degree and diploma programs, benefited from higher education students loan financing scheme. In addition, 4,000 learners benefited from government sponsorship joining public universities. 3. A total of 166 seed schools have been constructed under the UGFID program. 4. In preparation for CHAN and ACFON 27, government has so far spent shillings 496.8 billion for the construction of Hoima and Akibua stadia, as well as the associated training facilities across the country. Government will spend a total of shillings 1.3 trillion to get these facilities completed. In addition, Mandela National Stadium has been upgraded and government commissioned the National High Altitude Training Center, Teriyet, in Kapchorwa. In order to improve compliance with quality standards, government digitalized school inspections in all public schools and certificate awarding technical, vocational, education and training institution. To improve the qualifications and skills of primary school teachers to meet the new minimum education requirement of degree level, government has established the Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education, UNITE. So far, UNITE has enrolled 1,000 students across 5 campuses and has been supported to undertake staff recruitment and take over the operations of 23 primary teachers' colleges to upgrade certificate teachers to diploma level. Rolled out the abridged A-level curriculum to implement the competence-based curriculum for A-level. A total of 357 120 learners successfully completed the 4-year cycle under the new lower secondary educational curriculum and are transitioning to the new A-level curriculum. Implemented the TVET reform to increase industry participation in TVET training and delivery. A new TVET council, sector skills council, and secretariat have been established with representation from various sectors. Madam Speaker, next financial year, I have provided 5.04 trillion for priority interventions, which include 1. continuing to provide free education to Ugandans under UPE, USE, and universal post-O-level education and training. 2, providing sponsorship and student loans for higher education. 3, rehabilitation of 120 traditional secondary schools and 31 special need primary schools. 4, construction of 106 new seed schools and expansion of 61 existing secondary schools. 5, recruitment of more teachers and non-teaching staff. 6, strict enforcement of teachers and learners inspection across the country using an electronic system. 7, providing textbooks and instructional materials to improve the textbook to student ratio to 1.3 from the current 1 to 1.5. Operationalization of Bunyoro and Busoga universities, and completion of the ongoing construction of stadia and training facilities ahead of Chan and as AFCON 27, as I've said before. Social protection. Madam Speaker, to keep our senior citizens healthy and to actively participate in socio-economic activities, government has divided shillings 811 billion, benefiting 702 older persons across the country under the social assistance grants for the elderly program, SAGE. In addition, 1,741 older persons group enterprises have been funded with government grants worth 5.5 billion, benefiting 11,644 older persons under the Special Enterprise Grant for Older Persons Program, SEGOP. Other social protection intervention which government has supported include the following: Youth Livelihood Program, a total of 24,228 youth enterprises have been funded to the tune of 191.336 billion, benefiting 274,211 youth.
271,211. That's
I have read it wrong. Let me repeat. 271,211 youth. The enterprises are in agriculture, 30%, trade, 38%, trade, 32%, other services, 19%, and others, 11%. Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, WEP. Government has financed 21,948 women group enterprises, benefiting 235 million, 114 women. National Special Grant for Persons with Disability to address high vulnerability and poverty levels among persons with disability. Government has supported 8,107 enterprises, benefiting to 50,900 persons.
59,901.
59,901 persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, I have provided an additional shillings 404.9 billion for social protection next financial year 2025-26. Water, sanitation, and environmental protection. Madam Speaker, to improve the quality of life, government continues to invest in the provision of safe water, improve sanitation, and ensure protection of the environment. These include the following. 1. Villages in Uganda with at least one safe water source have remarkably increased to 8 out of every 10 villages. Nationwide, 57,951 villages out of 71,225 have been served with a safe water source. 2. Completed construction of 259 medium and large solar-powered water supply and sanitation systems and gravity flow schemes across the country. 3. Construction of 42 large solar-powered water supply systems is ongoing in Agago, Yumbe, Amudat, Kabong, Kasese, Kakumiro, Sembabule, Kisoro, Rubanda, Mbulamuti, Bulambuli, Kyenkwanzi, Mubende, Kyegegwa, Buyende, Nakaseke, Namayingo, Rakai, and Buvuma. With regard to clean water, construction of piped town water supply systems is ongoing in 32 towns. These include Namasari, Kakingo, Kamuli, Ngoma Town, Lunya, Karogo, Phase 2, Ishaka, Mobilizing, Nyakashaka, Bukumi, Kanapa, and Odongei. Construction is also ongoing in Parabekar, Rhino Camp, Aradufile, Lubeli Refugee Settlement, Bulori, Nyanseke, Busale, Kibuzi, and expansion in 2 towns of Kiboga and Zigoti. Other beneficial towns are Lamuo, Lacheskot, Iri, Lorenga Kora, Chora, Manafwa, Butaleja Busorwe, Terinyi, Kibuku, Kadama, Budaka, Kaliro, Namungarwe, Lukungiri, and Obongi. Construction of various water supply systems in 26 districts is at varying levels of physical progress. These include Manafwa Town Council, an installation of solar packages that is ongoing in Loslang, Kasawo, Phase 1, Kaburabwizi, Phase 1, Bukumi, Burangira, and Kyebando, Kasimbi, and Busale Town. Also, government is starting the development of new piped water supply systems in Rwanda, Kabale, Albetong, Nakasongola, Kamuli districts, among others. Madam Speaker, I have provided an additional shilling 366.1 billion next financial year for water resource management, climate change mitigation, natural resources, and environment. The priority interventions include construction of water supply infrastructure to increase service in the underserved communities in rural, urban, and refugee settlements, increasing rehabilitation and expansion of existing water, sanitation, and hygiene infrastructure, and increasing forest and wetland cover. Madam Speaker, overall, I have allocated a total of shillings 11.44 trillion next financial year towards investing in the people of Uganda through health, education, social protection, and water and sanitation. Now, wealth creation programs. Madam Speaker, wealth creation programs have proved effective in integrating lower-income Ugandans into the economy. As already reported, poverty and inequality have reduced thanks to the following opportunity equalizing initiatives that government has implemented. Parish development model. Madam Speaker, by 30th June this year, a total of shillings 3.3 trillion will have been transferred to 10,589 parishes across the country to transform the household still in subsistence to join the money economy. Each parish gets shillings 100,000 per year. So far, the PDM funds have reached 2.63 million beneficiaries in all districts and parishes. The beneficiaries have invested 45% of the money in cash and food crops such as maize, cassava, onions, bananas, and Irish potatoes, 36% in livestock such as piggery, goats, beef cattle, dairy cattle, and sheep, 20% in poultry, and 6% in other enterprises. These investments are changing the lives of Ugandans by boosting household incomes, enhancing food security, and creating employment opportunities at local level countrywide. Madam Speaker, PDM operations have been fully digitized to ensure secure and smooth flow of the government grants directly from the National Treasury to the beneficiaries. Government using the National Identification Number, NIN, and the PDM information system to identify the beneficiaries, the Wendy application to send the money, and the Zaidi application to monitor and ensure that the money goes to the right beneficiaries and that they are using it to finance the right enterprises. This has enhanced efficiency and convenience in access and helped to reduce corruption in the PDM operations. Effective next year, every parish chief will make use of the PDMs to prepare an annual report on the state of their parish economy and asset register, the SPEAR report. This report will enable tracking of progress towards full monetization of the economy for every parish. Madam Speaker, I have provided an additional 1.059 trillion next financial year 25-26 for further capitalization of the PDM. This will avail an additional shillings 100 million per parish for households that have not yet benefited from the PDM. Government has also provided money to pay for the bank charges to ensure that beneficiaries receive the full amount of shillings 1 million each. Government is also providing a grant of 500,000 shillings for persons with disability over and above the loan of 1 shilling million to cater for the additional access requirements. Madam Speaker, in order to add value to and guarantee markets for PDM outputs, government has stepped up investment in agro-industry through vertical and horizontal value addition. This is targeting production of higher value multi-input products such as nutritional foods, baby foods that use several products like milk, eggs, and maize, and fruits and vegetables. Now, agricultural credit facility. Madam Speaker, government has injected a total of shillings 413.4 billion in the SEF since its establishment in 2010. In partnership with the participating financial institutions that match the government contribution, This facility has so far provided over 1 trillion in low-interest loans by the end of March 2025 to support agricultural productivity, commercial farming, and agricultural value addition. The SF has so far supported 14,336 beneficiaries, of whom 3,531 are smallholder farmers. The loans have financed the following: grain trading, shillings 431.4 billion, 43%. On farm activities, shillings 312.8 billion, 32%. Agro-processing, 166.8 billion, 16%. And post-harvest management, shillings 89 billion, which is 9%. Madam Speaker, I have provided additional capital for the SEF of shillings 50 billion next financial 25-26. This is in addition to the agricultural insurance that benefits all farmers, including PDM beneficiaries. Uganda Development Bank. Madam Speaker, government has cumulatively capitalized the UDB to the tune of shillings 1.5 trillion to support industrialization, agricultural commercialization, and acquisition of appropriate technologies to increase productivity. UDB has so far achieved the following. 1. UDB has provided shillings 2.45 trillion to 607 businesses engaged in commercial agriculture, agricultural value addition, manufacturing, tourism, hospitality, education, health services, creatives, and construction industry, and as at the end of December 2024. 2. Businesses supported by UDB have created 55,553 jobs, generated out of value of shillings 23 trillion, contributed shillings 944.2 billion in taxes, generated an equivalent of shillings 3.3 trillion in forex earnings, and shillings 3.15 trillion in profits for the private sector businesses supported. UDB has implemented special programs targeting small and medium enterprises and youth and women-owned businesses engaged in wealth creation. This has been done through provision of business development and incubation services. In order to ease access, UDB is opening up regional offices and has supported wealth creation enterprises in 96 districts across all the sub-regions. Madam Speaker, I have now provided an additional shillings 1 trillion for UDB next financial year. We turn to Emyoga. Madam Speaker, in order to boost incomes of Ugandans engaged in specialized trades, Emyoga, particularly in urban and peri-urban centers, government has so far provided a total of shillings 660 billion. This has benefited a total of 2.4 million Ugandans in creating 471,000 jobs and kick-starting a new local economy in value-added enterprises such as winemaking, carpentry, coffee value addition, metal fabrication, tailoring, artisanal products, mechanics, women in markets, restaurants, and services like hair and beauty salons and transport, among others. Madam Speaker, I am providing an additional 100 billion Uganda shillings next financial year to support more Emyoga enterprises as off-takers of PDM outposts. Following enactment of new TVET Act, government will support certification and issuance of practicing permits to competent practitioners benefiting from the Imyoga program. Small Business Recovery Fund, Madam Speaker. This fund was established to support small businesses which were affected by COVID-19 to recover with an initial capital of 100 million shillings, to be matched by commercial banks and other financial institutions. The funding from the SBRF has enabled 3,496 micro, small, and medium enterprise to recover from the effects of COVID-19, saving over 26,672 jobs in the sectors of trade and commerce, hospitality, and education and construction. Madam Speaker, in order to accelerate full monetization of the economy through various wealth creation programs, I have provided shillings 3.05 trillion next financial year, 2025/26. These funds are going to be passed.
2.3 trillion. Next
it is
financial.
Shillings 3.05 trillion. These funds are going to be passed on to Ugandans in wealth creation through PDM, shillings 1.059 trillion, Emyoga, shillings 100 billion, UDB, shillings 1 trillion, Uganda Development Corporation, shillings 187.1 billion, and the Agricultural Credit Facility, shillings 50 billion. Others include GROW, generating growth opportunities and productive for women enterprise, 231.3 billion, INVITE, investment for industrial transformation and empowerment, shillings 275.1 billion, presidential zonal industrial hubs and skilling initiatives, shillings 58.5 billion, to turn youth into manufacturers, and support to microfinance, shillings 48.5 billion. Agro-industrialization. Madam Speaker, the interventions in agro-industrialization this financial year and next financial year have prioritized research, increase in productivity, commercialization, and value addition in agriculture. Madam Speaker, some of the key achievements in this financial year include: 1, research and genetics development of selected value chains. The National Animal Genetic Resource Center and the Data Bank has introduced superior animal genetic resources for breeding, multiplication, and distribution to farming households under PDM. NARO has completed the manufacturing facility for anti-tick vaccines at Nakisesa in Wakiso district with the capacity to produce over 20 million doses of the anti-tick vaccine per year. NARO has also developed agricultural technologies that increase productivity, such as water-saving cultivation technology, drought-resistant varieties, and integrated pest, disease, and weed control technologies, among others. Research in coffee by Nakori has contributed to increased national coffee production, productivity, and export earnings. Increasing agricultural production and productivity. The capacity of water for irrigation has increased to 54.76 million cubic meters. This is on account of government investment in small and large irrigation systems, including solar-powered irrigation. In particular, 7 large-scale irrigation schemes have been completed. These include Ngenge in Kwene district, Luwengaju in Kabarole, Tochi in Oyam, Mobuktu in Kasese, Olwenyi in Kira, Lira, Doho 2 in Butareja, and Wadley in Pakwach. Another 3 irrigation schemes are currently under construction. These are Akomai in Bukedia district, Atari in Kweni Bulambuli district, and Namatala covering Budaka, Mbale, Butareja districts. Madam Speaker, another 142 solar-powered irrigation and water supply schemes have been completed across the country. In addition, 157 solar-powered irrigation and water supply schemes are under construction. Furthermore, 4,300 micro-scale irrigation facilities were constructed in 135 districts across the country and have benefited smallholder farmers of less than 2.5 acres. Madam Speaker, in addition, government completed Useke Dam in Kabong and Ogunga Dam in Katakwi for livestock, irrigation and fish farming. In addition, 5,251 small and medium-scale irrigation schemes were established in 135 districts. Madam Speaker, government established 5 zonal agricultural mechanization centers in Marere, Buwama, Bungoko, Ugwata, and Sanga to support equipment access and tractor hire services, procured and distributed 260 assorted 4-wheeled tractors and implements to farmer groups in 60 districts countrywide, 750 power tillers, single axle tractor and implements, and 2 pieces of dredging equipment for water hines and weed control, and trained 2,150 youth and women as operators, artisans, mechanics for tractors and implements. Madam Speaker, beginning this financial year, government introduced the large-scale commercial farmer interest-free credit facility of shillings 175 billion. This facility will help to increase production and productivity for improved food security and export. The loan facility can be accessed through government-owned banks, namely Post Bank, Housing Finance Bank, and Pride Bank Limited. Agricultural value addition and marketing. NARO completed setting up an Alpha-Safe facility at Namulonge with the capacity to eliminate aflatoxin contamination in grains. The facility has capacity to clean 5 tons of produce per hour. This will save the country an estimated $38 million per year, which is lost in export rejections due to aflatoxins, and most importantly, save the lives of Ugandans. Madam Speaker, to add value to agricultural produce, government constructed 11 agro-processing and storage facilities to increase opportunities for value addition and access to higher value markets. These include Rwimi Rice Processing Facility in Bunyangabu, Kasina Maize Processing Facility in Kenjojo, Kigoyera Maize Processing Facility in Kenjojo, Itojo Maize and Rice Processing Facility in Ntoroko, Nombe Coffee Processing Facility in Ntoroko, Apara Oil Seed Processing Facility in Alebetong, Gatianga Coffee Processing Facility in Winyangabu, Akorinmonyin Rice Processing Facility in Katakwi, Kajamaka Rice Processing Facility in Kumi, Chikwata Coffee Processing Facility in Nakaseke, and the Kiwoko Maize Processing Facility in Nakasekegei. Madam Speaker, government is strengthening partnerships with the private sector through Uganda Development Corporation to support local value addition and manufacturing in a wide range of agricultural value chains. These investments include Soroto Fruit Factory, Budadiri Arabic Coffee, Mbale Growers Tea Factory, Mabale Growers Tea Factory, Kayonza Growers Tea Factory, Bukona Agro Processors, Atiaka Sugar Factory, and Yumbe Fruit Factory. Madam Speaker, as a part of the effort to increase access of Uganda's products to international markets, we dispatched the inaugural exports of coffee and milk to Serbia and Algeria, respectively. The milk exports to Algeria have potential to fetch Uganda export earnings worth $500 million. Madam Speaker, I have allocated a total of 1.86 trillion next financial year towards deepening agro-industrialization. These funds will support investments in 1, agricultural research, 2, agricultural inputs including fertilizers, 3, water for irrigation, 4, extension services, 5, agro-processing and value addition, 6, post-harvest handling and storage facilities, 7, inspection, surveillance, certification, enforcement of quality standards, and market access. Now we turn to tourism development. Madam Speaker, Uganda's tourism sector continued to recover with the tourist arrivals increasing by 7.7% to 1,000,037 in 2024 from 1.27 million in 2023. Similarly, tourism earnings grew by 26% to $1.28 billion in 2024, up from $1.02 billion in 2023. Madam Speaker, the following achievements were registered: promoted and marketed Uganda through international Explore Uganda promotion campaign in high-value market segments in USA, Canada, and the United Kingdom. As a result, the year-on-year growth of interest in Uganda by tourists is 33% for the United Kingdom, 19% for Canada, 5% for the USA. Additionally, through the theme Uniquely Ours, we have promoted domestic tourism. As a result, domestic tourism in national parks increased by 15.7% in 2024, reaching 244,843 visitors. Continue to innovate and modernize tourism products to make them more competitive. This involved maintenance of 1,300 kilometers of rail tracks and roads in tourism protected areas, increasing the cumulative coverage of electric fencing of 177 kilometers in Queen Elizabeth and Murchison Falls National Parks, continued construction of the pier and related infrastructure at the source of the Nile, continuing to upgrade the Uganda Museum and Namugongo Matters shrines, construction of 3,521 meters of climbing ladders and boardwalks on Wenzori Mountains to make hiking safer and fun, completion and commissioning of Kikorongo Equator Monument in Kasese, and the construction of works of Karamoja Museum, which is nearing completion. Government invested in a world-class convention facility in Munyonyo. This has promoted Uganda as one of the regional destinations for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. Consequently, Uganda now ranks 7th in Africa in MICE tourism. Madam Speaker, I have allocated shillings 430 billion towards direct investment in tourism next financial year. This is in addition to about 2.2 trillion provided for another tourism support investments such as tourism roads, ICT, infrastructure in tourism areas, African Cup of Nations, AFCON infrastructure, and security strengthening in tourism areas. Madam Speaker, the focus next financial will be on 1. Branding and marketing of Uganda as a tourism and investment destination. 2. Infrastructure development in tourism sites. 3. Construction of refreshment centers and highway sanitation facilities. 4. Improving and enforcing hospitality standards and training. And 5. Promoting health tourism by investment in specialized health facilities. Madam Speaker, government has also stepped up investment in missions abroad to promote economic and commercial diplomacy. Every mission is now tasked to bring investors and tourists and open up export markets. Mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas. Madam Speaker, the following achievements were registered this financial year. Government facilitated the establishment of 10 gold refineries, 4 cement manufacturing plants, and 1 tin processing plant, contributing to mineral processing and refining. In the oil and the gas sector, the Telenga and Kingfisher oil projects are on track for first oil production in 2026. An agreement to construct 60,000 barrels per day oil refinery, which will kickstart the petroleum chemical industry, was signed between Alpha MBM from AIE and the Uganda National Oil Company. Once operations start, the oil and the gas sector will contribute between $1 and 2.5 billion annually to the country's revenues. With regard to local content in the oil and the gas industry, more Ugandan companies and individuals have benefited from contracts issued and jobs respectively. Out of 5,693 Tier 1 contracts amounting to a total of value of US dollars 5.4 billion awarded to date, 4,796 contracts, 64% were Ugandan companies.
84%.
84%, yes, I said that, Mama. Were to Ugandan companies amounting to US dollars 2.25 billion. Also, US dollars 33.4 million, equivalent to shillings 121 billion, has been spent on goods and services consumed from the surrounding communities in Bunyoro. More than 14,000 Ugandans have been trained in various technical areas, and so far about 17,000 direct and 39,567 indirect jobs have been created. Kabalega International Airport is nearly complete, and over 700 kilometers of roads have been constructed in the Albertine region to support commercial production of oil and gas. Government is expediting the finalization of the 1,443-kilometer East African crude oil pipeline, EACOP, which is now 58% complete, with engineering works at 98% completion and procurement of the major equipment for the pipeline at 83%. Following INOC's commencement of the bulk supply of petroleum products in August 2024, the country has experienced relative stability in supply and pricing. This has been realized due to elimination of the middlemen and speculative tendencies. As a result, Uganda currently saves up to US $72.8 million annually on fuel imports. Madam Speaker, I have provided $875.8 billion next financial year for mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas, for one, continued qualification of mineral resources, starting with iron ore, gold, and copper, and strengthening their tracking system. Two, capitalization of the Uganda National Mining Company. Three, establishing mineral markets and buying centers to enable transparent mineral trading. Four, expediting finalization of the East African crude oil pipeline. And five, prioritizing of the construction of the oil refinery and refined products pipeline, among others. Science, technology, and innovation, including ICT and creative industry. Madam Speaker, STI, including ICT and creative arts, provide an important avenue for the country to develop high-tech exports and add new sources of growth and jobs. Madam Speaker, this financial year, the following milestones have been achieved in the development of knowledge economy. One, completed and operationalized the Kira vehicle plant in Jinja. The plant has an annual capacity of 2,500 vehicles. So far, 41 buses have been produced, out of which 29 are electric. The electric buses produced can run up to 500 kilometers when fully charged. The plant has signed a letter of intent to supply more than 3,700 electric buses to West Africa. The plant has signed a letter of intent to supply more than 3,700 electric buses to West Africa. Kira Motors has created 800 jobs and has potential to generate more than 14,000 direct and indirect productive jobs. Invested in vaccine development and commercialization, as well as innovation in therapeutics, diagnostics, and other healthcare tools. Government has cumulatively invested total of $274 billion in the thereby former manufacturing facility located at Matuga in Wakiso district. The facility is now licensed by the National Drug Authority and has started manufacturing generic drugs such as tablets, capsules, powders, non-antibiotic drugs, and antifungal drugs, among others. Madam Speaker, government is making progress in development of vaccines for the Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever and Rift Valley virus. We also completed accreditation of the Alphasan vaccine manufacturing facility to produce anti-tick vaccines. Scientists at Makerere University developed a PCR kit which has been used to conduct more than 2 million tests at 50% of the cost of imported alternatives, saving the country US $37 million. Guru University developed highly effective rapid testing kits for crop diseases for cassava and sweet potatoes. Madam Speaker, government has invested in a coffee factory in Ntungam to fast-track local value addition to coffee. The factory will have 3 processing lines for roastery, freeze, dry, and spray dry technology to produce instant roast and ground coffee, respectively. The roastery line has started production and other processing lines are at 50% installation. The banana value addition facility in Bushenyi has started production. Oh, Katonda yebazibwe. The plant is producing several value-added products like banana flour used in bread, cakes, biscuits, and baby food. The plant is increasing automation and capacity to 140 metric tons from 14 metric tons. It has started penetrating the local and international markets with orders from South Korea, the Middle East, South Africa, Italy, and USA. Madam Speaker, with regard to ICT, government has continued to expand internet connectivity and digital infrastructure across the country. The geographical coverage of broadband internet connectivity stands at 72% of the country, covering 4,387 kilometers. Government has increased the digitization of service delivery to improve efficiency, promote transparency, and reduce bureaucracy. Madam Speaker, a total of 36 electronic services have been developed and rolled out. Some of these include online business registration system, electronic government procurement, and the online passport, visa, national ID, and driving license application system. The Uganda driver licensing system, which was introduced in 2021, has reduced the turnaround time for processing driving licenses to 45 minutes in Kampala and 48 hours in up-country stations from a period of 1 month. To support business process sourcing, government has licensed over 50 companies that have created over 10,000 jobs, mainly for the youth that provide online services internationally. Madam Speaker, with regard to the creative arts, government provided 10 billion to the creative arts industry. This was to support the artists to recover from the effects of COVID-19 and create a revolving fund to support younger talents to create wealth and jobs. Madam Speaker, I have provided shillings 835.98 billion for science, technology, and innovation, including ICT and the creative arts industry. Of this amount, 388.23 billion is for STI, shillings 381.75 billion is for ICT and digitalization, and shillings 66 billion for the creative arts. Madam Speaker, these funds will be utilized for 1, establishing a high-tech city to support development of technologies and innovations. 2, taking STI products to the market, especially Kira motor vehicles, coffee, dairy by farmer, drugs, vaccines, and banana products. Additional investment in R&D and innovation, increasing coverage, reliability, and affordability of internet, enhancing digitization of government services and e-commerce, promoting BPO for job creation, acquiring a home for creative artists for their production and innovation, fast-tracking the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act to protect intellectual property and artistic works, and finally, further capitalization of the revolving fund for arts with an additional shillings 18 billion, bringing it to a total of shillings 23 billion. Now, infrastructure development. Madam Speaker, this priority area includes both transport and energy infrastructure. During this financial 24-25, some of the following achievements were realized. Integrated transport infrastructure and services. Madam Speaker, the road network that is tarmacked now stands at 6,287.6 kilometers, representing about 30% of the national road network compared to 3,112 kilometers in financial 2010-11. With this improved road network, the travel time, for example, from Malaba to Kisoro by road reduced from 48 hours, 2 days, to about 10 hours. This will further improve with the completion of the Kampala-Jinja and Busegampigi express highways. Uganda is now connected by tarmac roads at all its major international border points, from the South Sudan border, Kitgum, Nimule, Oraba, in Acholi and West Nile, to the southern border of Tanzania, Mutukula, Rwanda, Mirama Hill, Katuna, and Chanika, and the Congo border, Bunagana, and from the Kenya border, Wakaka, Maraba, and Busia, to the Congo border, Mpondwe, Busunga, and Kaisotonya in the west. Madam Speaker, despite the challenges faced in the road sector this financial year, we continue to make progress as follows. 1. Rehabilitated a total of 125 kilometers on several ongoing projects. 2. Upgraded over 100 kilometers of roads to paved bituminous standards on several ongoing projects. 3. Government fully disbursed shillings 579 billion, which was used for maintenance of national, districts, urban, and community access roads. 4. Government is revamping the road and drainage infrastructure within the entire Greater Kampala metropolitan area to the extent that the entire city is now a construction site. A total of shillings 1.4 trillion has been dedicated to improving roads and drainage within the Great Kampala metropolitan, what that is. To deal with the traffic congestion arising out of gridlock generated by roundabouts, all major junctions are being improved and signaled with traffic lights. The Kampala flyover and road upgrading project has been completed. Beverly. Construction of 10 bridges is ongoing at an average of 74.7% progress. Madam Speaker, next financial year, government has significantly increased the budget for road infrastructure development. I have allocated an additional 790 billion, bringing the total budget for roads to 4.28 trillion. The following will be prioritized next financial year. 1. Start construction and complete ongoing works for road projects as highlighted by His Excellency the President in his State of the Nation address. In addition, the roads which had been left out to be prioritized are Puranga Acholi Bur, 64 kilometers, Kampala Gayaza Karaji, 33 kilometers, Lugazi Wikwekiyindi, 28 kilometers, Kabwohe Wiziwera Nyakambu Nsika Nyakabirizi, 92.2 kilometers, Kisubi Nakauka Natete Kasanje Impigi Mauguru Nanziga Maya Buwaya 71 kilometers, Busegampigi 10 kilometers, Najanankumbi Usabara 11 kilometers, Lusalira, Nkonge, Lumegere, Sembabule 97 kilometers, Karugutu, Ntoroko 50 kilometers, Kabale Lake Bunyonyi 15.1 kilometers, Kisoro Nkuringo Lubugiri Muko 70 kilometers, Laropi Moyo Afoji 39 kilometers, including a bridge at Laropi. Koboko Yumbe Moyo 105 kilometers, Namagumba Budadiri Karugugu 33 kilometers, Tororo Busia 25 kilometers, Katuna Mukono Kamuganguzi 104 kilometers, Moroto Lokitanyara 42 kilometers, Hamurwa Kerere Kanungu 47 kilometers, Liantonde Kashagama Nyabitanga Ntusi 57.7 kilometers, Isingiro Rugaga Mutukula Ngarama Kashumba on the border with Tanzania 164 kilometers. I hope my friends who are talking to me yesterday, I have satisfied you. Masindi Bridge and Karuma Bridge. Start construction and complete ongoing works for bridges as highlighted by His Excellency the President in his State of the Nation Address. 3. Commence implementation of the Kampala-Jinja Express Highway through public-private partnership framework. And 4. Prioritize maintenance of the core national road transport network and DUCA. Railway transport, Madam Speaker, in November 2024, His Excellency the President launched construction of 272-kilometer standard gauge railway from Malaba to Kampala. The SGR is a strategic investment for our country. It will cut cargo transport costs by half from the current US dollars 120 per ton and reduce transit time from Mombasa to Kampala from 7 days to 1 day, turning Uganda into a land-linked country as opposed to being landlocked. These initial works, the initial works for construction of the standard gauge railway have started. Madam Speaker, government has completed the refurbishment and commissioning of the Mukono-Kampala meter gauge railway line. In addition, rehabilitation of the 375 kilometers of the Tororo to Gulu meter gauge railway will be completed by February 2026. Madam Speaker, next financial year, priority intervention will include completing the rehabilitation of Tororo Gulu meter gauge railway line, refurbishment of the Mukono-Jinja meter gauge railway line, and construction of the standard gauge railway from Kampala to Malaba. Now, water transport. Madam Speaker, government has constructed and maintained a number of ferries providing essential services to connect isolated communities and facilitate access to markets. Government will continue to operate and maintain these ferries next financial year, in addition to continued development of Kasa Port, completing construction of 2 ferries for Bukungu, Kaberamaido, Kagwara, and the 2 ferries for Lake Bunyonyi. Air transport. Madam Speaker, since the revival of Uganda Airlines 5 years ago, by His Excellency the President, connectivity has improved within the continent, the Middle East, Asia, and the United Kingdom. The airline is now flying to 17 direct destinations, which has contributed to reduce travel time at more affordable costs. Madam Speaker, the competition brought about by the airline has forced other regional airlines to reduce the cost of their air tickets. For example, a return air ticket to Nairobi has stabilized at about $300 compared to $800 in 2019. Madam Speaker, the airline is supporting trade and tourism in addition to business air travel. The national airline is now the largest operator and has 24% market share of all air travel out of Entebbe Airport, up from 4% in 2019. Its revenue has increased to shillings 319 billion in financial 23-24 from 28 billion only in 1920. Madam Speaker, with the increased capitalization and acquisition of additional aircrafts, the airline will increase efficiency and the travelers to and from Uganda will enjoy direct and cheaper travel to more international destinations. Madam Speaker, the upgrade, rehabilitation and expansion of Entebbe International Airport is nearly complete. The expanded airport has a new cargo facility and a new passenger terminal, among others. This is going to further improve the passenger experience and the trade and tourism. Madam Speaker, next financial year 2025-26, priority intervention will include: 1, additional capitalization of Uganda Airlines to acquire more aircrafts, to open up more routes for passenger and cargo transportation, handling capacity. 2, operationalization of Kabalega International Airport. 3, rehabilitation and upgrade of the existing strategic airports and aerodromes. Madam Speaker, I have provided 6.92 trillion next financial year 25-26 for integrated transport and infrastructure service, including roads, bridges, railways, water transport, and air transport. Now I turn to energy development. Madam Speaker, several milestones have been registered in the development of our energy infrastructure. These include: installed electricity generation capacity has now reached 2,051.6 megawatts. 2, the electricity transmission line network expanded by 874.8 kilometers to 5,140 kilometers. 3, access to electricity has increased to 6% from 57% in financial 23-24 after connecting over 197,000 new customers. Following Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited takeover of distribution electricity, the cost of power has reduced by 14%, saving consumers shillings 250 billion annually. A tariff of $5 cents per kilowatt hour has been achieved for all extra large consumers of electricity, those consuming above 1.5 megawatts at off-peak. Madam Speaker, I have provided 1.4 trillion next financial year 25-26 to undertake the following priority interventions. 1, additional investment in UDCL to ensure affordable, efficient, and reliable distribution of electricity to consumers. 2, enhance access to electricity through implementation of the $638 million electricity access scale-up project, covering grid expansion, connectivity, and clean energy options for 1 million new electricity connections. Further, government will continue investing in priority transmission lines and substations, particularly to the industrial parks, growth centers, and other strategic manufacturing facilities like the clinker factory in Moroto, Karamoja, the fertilizer factory in Kampiringisa Mpigi, Simba cement factory in Imbarara, Western Uganda, Dairy by Farmer in Matuga, Wakiso district, and the coffee factory in Ntungamo, among others. Commence development of new power generation plants to meet growing demand. These include new hydropower plants at Ayago and Oryang in Nyoya district, and Kiba in Oyama district, the development of the nuclear power in Wiyene district, and the rehabilitation of Kira Narwali power plant. Industrial development and manufacturing. Madam Speaker, with regard to industrial development and manufacturing, the following achievements have been registered. Government has operationalized 8 industrial parks, which include Namamve, Luzira, Bweyogerere, Mbale, Soroti, Kasese, Mbarara, and Jinja industrial parks. We have also supported the development of 3 private-owned industrial parks, which are Lionishen in Kapeka, in Nakaseke district, MMP in Buikwe district, and Tiantang in Mukono. To date, a total of 628 companies, stroke industries, have been allotted land within the various industrial parks, 47% of which are in manufacturing. Out of all the companies allocated land, 307 are fully operational, 105 are undertaking construction, and 122 have commenced preparatory activities. The parks have attracted a total capital investment of US dollars 4.5 billion and created 181,403 jobs. Madam Speaker, several industrial parks have become centers of innovation, hosting firms that have introduced new technologies and products, such as a single HIVP, Quality Chemicals Limited, GIS Transformers, Orion Electricals, Plastic to Fabric Recycling, Fei Long Investment Limited, locally manufactured electric vehicles, Kira Motors, the first powder-free surgical gloves, East African medical vitals, and import substitution products like fridges, transformers, toiletries, textiles, ceramics, television, and blankets. Government has supported industrialization by investing in strategic manufacturing facilities through Uganda Development Corporation with a total investment of 1.2 trillion. Madam Speaker, next financial year, I have provided 308.9 billion to further support infrastructure development in industrial parks, including roads, waste management, drainage, utilities, and shillings 187 billion for capitalization of UDC. Security, good governance, and the rule of law. Madam Speaker, security, good governance, and the rule of law are the foundation for socio-economic transformation. Everybody knows that. During this financial year, the following achievements were registered. 1, strengthened and modernized the security infrastructure to protect Ugandans, investors, and our visitors from any security threats. We have invested in security apparatus, more sophisticated intelligence network, and border control mechanism. 2, provided adequate funds to security institutions, including the military, police, prison, and intelligence agencies, for operations and improving capacity and welfare of men and women in uniform. 3, promoted regional and international relations, including playing a strategic role in the peace process in Somalia, South Sudan, the DRC, and Equatorial Guinea. Registered a 4.1% decrease in the volume of crime from 274 cases reported in 2023 to 218,715 cases in 2024, and a subsequent decline in crime rate from 516 to 476 per 1,000 persons. Commenced mass enrollment of Ugandans on 17th May 2025 to acquire national identity cards with a target of registering 17.2 million unregistered persons and renewing 15.8 million expired cards. Apart from securing elections and aiding our national security, the national ID has contributed to improve the efficiency in accessing public services, broadened financial inclusion, eased travel within the East African community, and stamped out fraud arising from identification. Improved efficiency in the delivery of citizenship and immigration control services. The average turnaround time for processing of honorary passports has reduced to 4 from 14 days. Government has started to roll out the intelligent transport monitoring system to improve security. To date, 26,818 vehicles and 62,512 motorcycles have been registered. In addition, government has invested in security cameras to improve tracking of crime in Greater Kampala metropolitan area on major highways. Sorry. Government has also started implementing regulations for speed limits using the express penalty system to reduce fatalities on roads. This is the way to go. If there is any problem with the rates, they will be reviewed and the penalty will stay to save the lives of Ugandans. Uganda prisons is transforming from a consumptive to a productive force. This has contributed to food security and reduced the budget required to look after enemies. In addition, the prison service contributed to growth of local textile industry through increased production of cotton. This financial year, the service produced 1,733 metric tons of maize seed, 485 kilograms of cotton to the local textile industries, and 12,290 metric tons of grain to contribute to prisoners' feeding requirements. Government was effectively represented in courts, tribunals, and commissions. Out of 393 cases concluded, government won 285, which is 72.5%, and saved shillings 548 billion that would have otherwise been paid as costs. Government implemented the NRA manifesto commitment on cattle compensation in the Acholi, Rango, and Teso sub-regions. Since financial year 2021-22, a total of shillings 142.9 billion has been paid to 53,592 claimants. I have provided shillings 80 billion next financial year to pay the remaining claimants. In addition, I have provided 15 billion for ex gratia Akasimo to the Ruero war victims. Madam Speaker, next financial year, I have provided shillings 9.9 trillion for 1. Consolidating Uganda's security through continued modernization and professionalization of the security agencies. 2. Improving the welfare of the security forces. 3. Undertaking general elections in 2026, which are just around the corner. Increasing access to justice, law and order services. And 5. Strengthening immigration and border security. Madam Speaker, government is stepping up the fight against corruption. We are automating all government processes to reduce human interaction and ensure traceability. Investing in more performance and forensic audits and enforcing accountability. I think I should read this paragraph. Let me read it. Madam Speaker, government is stepping up the fight against corruption. We are automating all government processes to reduce human interaction and ensure traceability, investing in more performance and forensic audits, and enforcing accountability. Administration of justice. Madam Speaker, the following achievements were registered. The judiciary has significantly scaled up alternative dispute resolution mechanisms like mediation, plea bargaining, and small claims procedures, reducing justice costs and speeding up dispute resolution. For example, in 2024, a total of 3,391 cases were resolved through mediation. In addition, plea bargaining achieved a success rate of 87%. Completed the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, Rukungiri High Court, and Budaka and the Patongo Magistrates Courts. 5 new high courts, court circuits in Wakiso, Entebbe, Kumi, Rugazi, Patongo, and 10 magistrates courts were operationalized, bringing the total to 268 courts countrywide. Construction is ongoing of regional appeal courts in Gulu and Mbarara, Soroti and Tororo high courts and Karenga magistrate court. This will further reduce travel distances for justice. 3. There is increased use of technology in delivery of justice. The electronic court case management system is now operational in 20 courts, boosting filing rates by 20.6%. Additionally, 20 courts have video conferencing systems enabling online case handling, which has improved efficiency. Madam Speaker, I have provided 602.7 billion shillings next financial year under the Administration of Justice program for strengthening alternative dispute resolution, increasing the use of technology in justice delivery, building more courts to improve access to justice, and increasing the civil jurisdiction of magistrates courts. Legislation and oversight. Madam Speaker, the legislature has registered several achievements during financial 24-25. Parliament held 73 sittings and passed 35 bills, concluded 3 petitions, passed 45 resolutions, adopted 53 reports. Most importantly, the turnaround time for enactment of legislation has reduced significantly. I commend you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this tremendous achievement. Madam Speaker, I have provided a total of 1.03 trillion next financial for legislative processes, public engagements, and outreach, providing parliamentary oversight of democracy and governance, and ensuring accountability for public funds and implementation of public programs. Management of natural disaster. Madam Speaker, to protect Ugandans from disaster, this financial government invested 200.3 billion in early warning systems, mitigation interventions, and the provision of relief items to affected households and communities in the disaster-prone areas. Madam Speaker, next financial, I have provided shillings to 20.7 billion plus a contingency fund of 169 billion to support disaster management. I have also provided 12.4 billion for improving meteorological services and early warning systems to improve efficiency and accuracy of weather forecasting for agriculture, air travel, and climate change tracking. Elimination of domestic areas. Madam Speaker, government has put in place a strategy to eliminate domestic areas in 3 financial years, starting financial year 25-26. Payment of domestic areas will prioritize suppliers of goods and services, contractors, and compensations for land and to war claimants. Madam Speaker, I have increased the allocation for domestic areas to shillings 1.4 trillion from 200 billion provided this financial year. To prevent accumulation of new areas, starting next financial year, my ministry shall implement the following measures, and they are not easy measures. 1, enforcement of the commitment control system. 2, sanctioning accounting officers responsible for creation of N areas. 3, providing and ring-fencing adequate counterpart funding for multi-year projects. I am about to close. Financing the budget for the financial year. Resource envelope. Madam Speaker, the total resource envelope for financial 25-26 amounts to 72,376,481,502,103 shillings. This is detailed as follows. Domestic revenue amounting to shilling 37.55 trillion, of which 33.7 from 33.94 trillion will be tax revenue, shillings 3.28 trillion non-tax revenue, and shillings 328.6 billion local government revenue. Domestic borrowing, shillings 11.38 trillion, domestic financing maturing domestic debt 10.30 trillion, grants and external borrowing for general budget financing is 2.08 trillion, external financing for projects is 11.33 trillion, of which 2.8 trillion are grants. Expenditure allocations. Madam Speaker, the following resources have been allocated as follows. Wages and salaries, 8.57 trillion. Non-wage recurrent expenditure, shillings 28.33 trillion, which also includes operational funds for institutions, financing for all wealth creation funds, financing for science and technology investment, grants for education and health, medicines, maintenance of infrastructure, and interest payments, among others. 3, development expenditure, 18.24 trillion. 4. Domestic debt for refinancing, shillings 10.03 trillion. 5. Debt amortization, 4.98 trillion. 6. Domestic debt repayment to Bank of Uganda, 493 billion. 7. Domestic arrears, 1.4 trillion. 8. Local government expenditure from own revenue, shillings 328.6 billion. Madam Speaker, I have attached the details of the resource envelope and expenditure allocations by vote for financial year 25-26 as annexes 2 and 3. The financing strategy for financial year 25-26, Madam Speaker, below is the financing strategy for next financial year. 1. Improving tax administration to raise an additional shillings 1.89 trillion. 2. Introduction of new tax measures to increase domestic revenue by shillings 538.6 billion. 3. Rationalizing tax exemptions to eliminate inefficient ones that do not support industrial policy. 4. Repurposing resources in the budget for financial 24-25 from less productive to high-impact areas in line with the 10-fold growth strategy. 5. Mobilizing more concessional financing from international financing institutions such as the World Bank, IMF, African Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, Badeya ECT. 6. Mobilizing development finance from other innovative sources, including public-private partnerships, climate finance, private equity, Sukuk bonds, Panda bonds, diaspora bonds. Tax for financial year 25-26. Madam Speaker, an additional revenue of shillings 538.6 billion will be raised from new tax policy measures that were approved by Parliament. In addition to raising revenue, the measures will support the growth of businesses and the economy. The measures also include technical amendments to tax laws aimed at improving clarity and consistency, creating a fairer and a more predictable tax environment for businesses and taxpayers, and removing ambiguities that create loopholes leading to revenue leakage. These amendments are also intended to enhance tax administration, encourage voluntary compliance, and empower Uganda Revenue Authority to effectively enforce tax laws. Madam Speaker, I wish to present key highlights of the changes in tax laws. Income tax, exemption to start-up businesses. The NRM government has granted a 3-year income tax holiday for start-up businesses established by citizens after 1st July 2025. This is intended to support startups that struggle with the high initial investment costs. The incentive is to foster innovation, encourage formalization of SMEs, enhance business survival, and promote employment. Exemption from capital gains tax on transactions. Government has granted an exemption from capital gains tax on transactions where an individual transfers asset to a company they have established but also under their control. This is a deliberate policy intervention aimed at encouraging formalization of businesses. Madam Speaker, currently many Ugandans operate businesses under their personal names, often as sole proprietors or informal entities. When these individuals seek to transition into more formal and structured corporate entities for purposes of growth, access to finance, strengthening governance, or succession planning, they face a capital gains tax liability simply for transferring their assets into a company they fully own. This tax burden has been removed. Income tax exemption for Bujagali hydropower project. Madam Speaker, government has granted an income tax exemption to Bujagali Energy Limited for 1 year up to 30th June 2026 in accordance with our contractual obligations. This is intended to mitigate a rise in electricity tariffs. Stamp duty. Removal of stamp duty on mortgages and agreements. Madam Speaker, government has removed stamp duty on mortgages and agreements. This reform is intended to lower the cost of debt for businesses and individuals. It will also remove the financial burden imposed on businesses and individuals when they enter into agreements. Tax Procedure Code, waiver of interest and penalty for voluntary payment of outstanding principal tax. Government has extended the waiver period of any interest and penalties outstanding as at 30th June 24, provided that the taxpayer pays the principal tax by 30th June 2026. This waiver is intended to provide relief to businesses and individuals to enable them to settle outstanding tax liabilities and resume normal operations. Value-added tax, reform of the penalty regime for non-compliance with IFRS. Madam Speaker, we have implemented the electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing system, IFRS, to improve tax compliance and reduce tax evasion. However, concerns have been raised regarding the high penalties of shillings 6 million per invoice, regardless of the value of the transaction, which disproportionately burden the taxpayers. To address this issue, the penalty structure has been amended so that the penalty for non-compliance will instead be twice the tax owed by the taxpayer. I urge taxpayers to embrace the IFRS system as it helps the taxpayer to reduce lengthy and burdensome transactions with URA staff, audits, and penalties. It also promotes transparency and creates an even playing field. Excise duty. Madam Speaker, we have increased the taxes on cigarettes to discourage consumption, but also generate additional revenue. Excise duty on soft cap cigarettes has been increased to shillings 65,000 per 1,000 sticks from 55,000, and hinge lead cigarettes to shillings 90,000 per 1,000 sticks from 80,000. For those outside East African community, excise duty on soft cap cigarettes has been increased to shillings 150,000 per 1,000 sticks from shillings 75,000, and hinge lead cigarettes for 200,000 per 1,000 sticks from shillings 100,000. Madam Speaker, government has removed the excise duty rate of 30% or shillings 950 per liter, whichever is higher, on beer manufactured from barley that is grown and malted in Uganda, because it was redundant. Also, government has adjusted the excise duty on beer manufactured with local raw materials content of at least 75% by weight of its constituents, including water, to 30% or shillings 900 per liter from 30%, or 650 per liter, whichever is higher. This is to ensure that a manufacturer pays the same amount of tax, whether using a specific rate or an ad valorem rate. Taxes on external trade. Introduction of an import declaration fee on imported items. Madam Speaker, I have imposed a small fee of 1% of the customs value on taxable items under the common external tariff. This measure seeks to align Uganda's tax policy with those of other East African community partner states where similar fees have been imposed. For instance, Kenya applies a 2% CIF charge. Establishment of an export levy on wheat bran, cotton cake, and maize bran. Madam Speaker, government has imposed an export levy of US dollars 10 per metric ton of wheat bran, cotton cake, or maize bran to encourage local value addition, particularly in the production of animal feeds. Currently, these products are exported as raw materials in the region, where value is added and imported into Uganda as finished goods. Therefore, this measure will encourage value addition and create jobs for our children. Taxes and on textiles. Madam Speaker, the NRM government has listened to our traders dealing in imported taxes for value addition, as they requested the import duty on imported fabric has been reduced. Effective 1st July 2025, the duty will be $2 per kilogram or 35%, whichever is higher, down from $3 per kilogram or 35%, whichever is higher. In addition, the import duty on garments has been reduced to $2.5 per kilogram or 35%, whichever is higher, from $3.5 per kilogram or 35%, whichever is higher. Public debt. Madam Speaker, the stock of public debt is projected at $31.5 billion, equivalent to shillings 116 trillion by the end of June 2025. Of this, external debt accounts for $15.49 billion, equivalent to shillings 56.3 trillion, and domestic debt $16 billion, equivalent to 59.77 trillion. As a ratio of GDP, our public debt is estimated at 51.26%, which is consistent with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. Madam Speaker, Uganda's debt is sustainable and is projected to remain so in the medium to the long term. The debt has financed investments that support private sector growth by providing requisite infrastructure. Over the last 10 years, the areas which public debt has financed, including integrated transport infrastructure, 29.3%, electricity infrastructure, including power generation plants and transmission lines, 27.6%, water for production and consumption, 11.5%, agro-industrialization, 5.1%, education and health, 5%, housing and urban development, 3%, and development of industrial parks, 2%. To maintain public debt sustainability, government is implementing the following actions. 1, domestic revenue mobilization to increase revenue collection and reduce borrowing. 2, mobilization of more concessional financing from international financial institutions such as the World Bank, IMF, African Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, BADEA, etc. 3, implementation of saving initiative, where Ugandans will invest in government securities using mobile money. Now, I want to conclude. Madam Speaker, I know I have tired you. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, Uganda's economy has taken off Can I repeat? Madam Speaker, in conclusion, Uganda's economy has taken off. When I did this thing, people started it. We know what we are doing, man. The economic fundamentals, GDP growth, price stability, currency stability, jobs, export, FDI receipts are in good shape and highly competitive regionally and globally. The economic fundamentals, GDP growth, price stability, currency stability, jobs, export, FDI receipts are in good shape and are highly competitive regionally and globally. We have met the criteria for graduation from the category of low development countries. Poverty and inequality have just hold on. We have met the criteria for graduation from category of low LDCs. Poverty and inequality have reduced. Listen to this. Poverty and inequality have reduced significantly. Our deliberate onslaught on the subsistence economy has resulted in cutting the number of Ugandans working for only the stomach, kida kionka, to just 3 in every 10 homesteads. With our renewed commitment to fast-track full monetization of the economy and redirect resources towards agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral beneficiation, manufacturing, innovations by our scientists, and digital transformation, Uganda is indeed unstoppable. Unstoppable. Mwandibadde mukuba mu ngalo nammwe temumpadde maanyi. This budget, therefore, is for all Ugandans who are ready to create wealth. Fellow countrymen and women, take full advantage of the innumerable opportunities contained in this budget. Innumerable opportunities in this budget. To those still in subsistence economy, the PDM and other wealth creation funds have been availed to support you to join the money economy in any of the 4 sectors: commercial agriculture, industry, services, or ICT. To the private sector, the 10-fold growth strategy presents many opportunities. Demand for household services and consumables is going to increase exponentially in the next 15 years on account of rising household incomes. The increase in GDP represents larger demand for intermediate goods and services among businesses. With a larger economy, government revenue will increase, and so will the size of government contracts to the private sector. To the investors and our partners in development, this budget guarantees peace, security, easy taxes, and a tolerable administration of justice. In Uganda, we protect private property, enforce contracts, and pay our debts. To the youth, this budget offers opportunities to acquire more skills, access finance, innovate and develop new and better products. The budget also contains huge investments in sports, particularly to upgrade the facilities in preparation for CHAN and AFCON 27. To those in the creative industry, the NRM government has fulfilled its promise to provide you with a revolving fund, acquire a home for you, and enact a copyright law to protect your intellectual property. This is just the beginning of what we intend to do to open doors for you to escape unemployment and manipulation by self-interested individuals and groups. Take full advantage of the opportunities to make money and live a productive life. Take full advantage of the opportunities to make money and live a productive life. To the women and mothers of our nation, the budget has provided funds to improve your health, to ensure that your children are born in safe hands, are immunized, sleep under mosquito net, drink clean water, safe water, and are educated in nearby school for free. The budget has also allocated billions of support to your businesses. However, small to graduate. Let me repeat this. The increase in GDP represents a larger demand for intermediate goods and services among businesses. With a larger economy, government revenue will increase. Money is coming, and so with the size of government contracts to private sector. To the investor and our partners in development, this budget guarantees peace and security, ease taxes, and tolerable administration of justice. In Uganda, we protect private property, enforce contracts, and repay our debts. To the youth, this budget offers opportunities to acquire more skills, access finance, innovate and develop new and better products. The budget also contains huge investments in sports, particularly to upgrade the facilities in preparation for CHAN and AFCON 27. To those in the creative industry, the NRM government has fulfilled its promise to provide you with the revolving fund, acquire a home for you, and enact a corporate law to protect your intellectual property. This is just the beginning of what we intend to do to open doors for you to escape unemployment and manipulation by self-interested individuals and groups. Take full advantage of the opportunities to make money and live a productive life. Make money. To the women and mothers of this nation, the budget has provided funds to improve your health, to ensure that your children are born in safe hands, are immunized, sleep under mosquito net, drink clean water, safe water, and are educated in a nearby school for free. The budget has also allocated billions to support your businesses, however small, to graduate into sustainable businesses. To the elderly, persons with a disability, and other vulnerable persons, wherever you are in this country, the budget offers several social safety nets, not only to shield you from poverty, but also to ensure that you can be productive and begin to live a decent life. To our cultural leaders, this budget has fulfilled His Excellency the President's promise of enhancing government support for your operations. For the religious leaders, the budget has provided funding to support functions of interreligious council, I now appeal to you to support mobilization of people for wealth creation and implementation of government programs. To the gallant men and women in uniform who are serving in ULPDF, in the Uganda police, in the Uganda prisons, and the intelligence services, this budget contains money to improve your welfare and capabilities. Continue to serve your country and keep it as safe as you have always done. Happy belated Heroes Day. I have adequately provided resources to ensure elections go on successfully by ensuring peace, security, law and order, and availability of all required equipment and documents. As we go about the electoral process, I implore all political actors to observe peaceful engagement and avoid distracting wealth creators. Madam Speaker, as I step off this podium, because the people are tired, but it was inevitable. I could not have abridged this speech. Madam Speaker, as I step off this podium, I would like to reiterate His Excellency President's call to all Ugandans to embrace wealth creation. We have a wonderful country. Those of you who have not traveled around the world, you don't know. But we know Uganda is God, when He was creating Uganda, I don't know what our ancestors had done. I think they did very good things. We have got good weather. You think I could have put on a suit here in some other places? We have rainfall, although we are making a problem by cutting trees. You can grow any type of food here. You can eat whatever you want to eat here in Uganda. And we continue crying and poverty. Government has given you all the money that you should take to take in your enterprises. Please, you excuse me to quarrel when I come to this when I talk, wanting to emphasize of the beauty of this country, I become emotional. Will you excuse me? No wars, systems are around. If you are somebody has done something wrong to you, the courts, the chief is here. Hey. And we want to live to 100 years. Have you heard? Me, I'm aiming with my president 100 years. Have you heard? I am 82 now. You can see. Okay, Madam Speaker, as I step off this podium, I would like to reiterate His Excellency the President's call to all Ugandans to embrace wealth creation, but also embrace what I've said. I dedicate this budget to all the wealth creators, particularly the youth and women. Madam Speaker, I humbly beg to move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And by extension, His Excellency the President, who is the Minister of Finance, for clarity of delivery of the budget speech. Honorable members, you will be availed with the text of the budget speech in the due course. I want to urge you to take note of the government's budgetary priorities and relate the matters to the coming financial year. Next item. Next item.
Remarks by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Honorable members and distinguished guests, I now take the opportunity to invite His Excellency the President to make his remarks to crown the budget speech. And remember, our rules of procedure state that when the President is making a speech, it must be heard in silence. Your Excellency, you're most welcome, and kindly talk to the members of Parliament and by extension, the nation.
Her Excellency the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, all the other leaders, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. The long speech of the Minister, I would want just to emphasize for you I'm trying to see where it is here in the speech. There's paragraph 11 when you get the speech, where he informs us that the size of the Uganda economy is now $61 billion by the exchange rate method, and $174 billion by the PPP method, purchasing power parity. And because of that, and given our population, which is about 46 million, 49 something, we are now no longer an LDC, the least developed countries. We are now a lower middle income country. In 1986, the size of the GDP was $3.9 billion. So you can see the economy has grown more than 20 times from that time. So I thought you should mark that, because in a long speech like this, you may not notice the big picture. Then finally on the speech, there's a way he summarized. I'm trying to see the page. This is paragraph 140 in his speech, where he said, he told you of the economic fundamentals. That's a very good summary. And he said, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, Uganda's economy has taken off. the economic fundamentals. And what are those fundamentals? GDP growth. Is the economy growing or not? Price stability. Are the prices stable or not? Currency stability. Is the currency stable or not? Jobs. Are jobs being created or not? Export earnings. Are the export earnings going up or not? And then finally, FDI receipts, the foreign direct investment. Are they coming in or not? I thought that you should note that. Now, going to my own speech. You remember last time I promised that I would address two issues. During the State of the Nation address, I told you that today, as part of the budget speech, I will address two issues. And these are the East African Federation and corruption. I will do exactly that. However, I will dissect the corruption into two. First of all, corruption for getting money through crooked ways as one type of corruption, and political corruption through the use of money to get political support, not based on principles or policies. Politics is about principles and policies. That's what you should be telling the public to choose from. My policy is this, his policy is that, you the public, you choose. But when you bring in money, you are polluting the Let me start with the more important question of the political federation of East Africa and possible other federations in other parts of Africa. This was a goal pursued by our ancestors, starting with the Pan-Africanist pioneers among the black people in the United States of America. These were W.B. Du Bois, George Padmore, Marcus Garvey, Sylvester Williams, and others. By the mid-1900s, new actors had come on the scene in the persons of Jomo Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Sekou Toure of Guinea, Modibo Keita, and others. But if you go back, you will find that by 1900, the whole of Africa had shamefully been colonized because our egocentric and incompetent kings had failed to defend us, and instead we are busy fighting fratricide wars among us. At that time, when we were colonized, the slogan for survival was, in quotes, Uhuru na Umoja, independence and unity. That's what we were saying. We unite, we fight for freedom, independence, and then after, we unite to get strength. That was the slogan. Starting with 1912, the Africans in South Africa took the initiative and started a new anti-colonial force, the African National Congress of South Africa. And you should know that even Mahatma Gandhi of India was also in India, in South Africa at this time, so he was part of this effort. This marked the beginning of the new African resistance, led by more informed people. Our resistance was assisted by two factors that came on the scene during that century. These were, number one, the emergence of the socialist camps of nations in the form of the Soviet Union in 1917, China in 1949, and others. These huge countries were taken over by people who did not believe in colonialism. These were the communists. So this was a new factor. As we were fighting for our freedom, this new factor came on the scene. And the second factor were the fratricidal wars, fratricidal inter-imperialist wars of 1914 to 1918 and 1939 to 1945 among the imperialists. The imperialists were now fighting over us. Who will control which one? You know, those imperialists had divided us up, shared us like a cake because of our incompetent kings here. Came, sat in Berlin, this is for you, this is for you, this is for you. Then there was a new country called Germany, which had become united a short while before that. They wanted to start a war. Say, you are cheating us. We also want a share with the colonies. Then they said, please don't start a war, Bismarck, please. Let's give you some of the properties. You take Tanganyika, Rwanda, Burundi, Namibia, Cameroon, and so on. But by the end of the century, Germany was saying, you have cheated me. I also need more slaves. I need more colonies. That's how their wars started, fighting over us. These two factors, on the one hand, meant that the worldwide anti-colonial movement, including the African anti-colonial movement, could receive solidarity from those socialist countries. And on the other hand, the imperialist countries had weakened themselves in the process of their greed for world domination. So as they were fighting over us, fortunately they weakened themselves, which was good for us. The worldwide anti-colonial movement, on account of these three factors, the three factors are our resistance, number one, number two, the emergence of the socialist countries which were supporting us, and number three, the mutual weakening of the imperialists among themselves. The worldwide anti-colonial movement, on account of these three factors, started scoring strategic victories with the independence of India in 1947, Indonesia in 1945, the defeat of the Kuomintang traitors in China, 1949, etc. Amazingly, the imperialists tried in many cases to maintain colonial control even after these catastrophes. The French tried to recognize Indochina Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, until the Vietnamese defeated them at Dien Bien Phu in 1954. The French were defeated in Algeria. The British faced the Mau Mau armed resistance in Kenya and mass resistance throughout the whole of Africa. Here in Uganda, Ignatius Kangabe Musazi led the mass resistance movement. I don't hear you, the political actors who are always on the radio, I don't hear you talking about I.K. Musazi, talking about nothing most of the time. Musazi played a very big role in our struggle. On account of this resistance, but this is also the weakness of the NRM Secretariat. They should do more sensitization. On account of these resistance efforts, by 1963, 36 African countries had achieved independence, uhuru, so we had achieved uhuru. It is these countries that founded the Organization of African Unity at Addis Ababa. There was, however, another almost 20 African countries that were still under colonial rule. The African Summit gave an ultimatum to the imperialists to give independence to the whole of Africa peacefully, or they would be ejected by force. People don't know this history. They just run around, but if you don't know this, you can make a lot of mistakes. So the OAU meeting in 1963 gave an ultimatum to the imperialists, said, get out of the whole of Africa peacefully, or we shall throw you out by force. The imperialists thought it was a mere hot air. They never paid heed. However, the Africans were serious and able to defeat the imperialists by force. Indeed, by 1974, Samora Machel had defeated the Portuguese army of 70,000 in Mozambique. Amilcar Cabral and his colleagues had defeated the Portuguese army in Guinea-Bissau. Agostinho Neto had defeated the Portuguese army in Angola. By 1980, Robert Mugabe and Zanla, their army, had defeated Ian Smith in Zimbabwe. 1990, Namibia got independence, and in 1994, the African majority defeated the white racists in South Africa. 5 centuries of Africa's shame of the slave trade and colonialism should have ended then. This is where we need to really examine ourselves, because we achieved victory both by peaceful method and by war. So what happened? What happened? When you hear people on the radio talking, just talk, empty talk. What happened? Why did we people? This is not fiction. It is history. We defeated the imperialists by peaceful means, but also by war. So what happened? Exactly what happened? Five centuries of Africa's shame of the slave trade and colonialism should have ended then. we had achieved independence, uhuru in the whole of Africa. The question was, where was umoja? Because you remember the slogan was uhuru na umoja. Now by 1994, the whole of Africa had achieved uhuru. So what happened to the umoja? In the meantime, the question was, where was umoja, unity? In the meantime, we who were participants in much of this time had to diagnose the problem. In that process, we established the 3 historical missions and the 4 ideological principles. To establish the missions and the principles, we would start with a question. Question number 1 was, do the Africans need, deserve, and are they entitled to prosperity like other peoples in the world, or are they not so entitled? That's the question we would ask. Are the Africans entitled, and do they deserve prosperity like all the other people in the world? If the answer is yes, the next question would be, where does prosperity come from? Can prosperity sustainably come from begging? Because you remember the issue of aid. Can you get prosperity through aid? Our answer was no. Prosperity can only come from producing a good or a service, which is what Honorable Kasej is saying, by being a wealth creator, producing a good or a service by an individual, a family, a company, etc., and selling it sustainably with a chibaro. A chibaro is the assessing the profitability. In that way, you will get income and solve your problems. That, however, raises another question. Who will sustainably buy our goods or our services reliably with predictability? Because you can see what's happening in the world. The other time, you people, you said, well, we don't want our children to be homosexuals. Our children, we didn't say other people's children. We don't want our children to be homosexuals. Oh, and some of our friends who had given us market access took us off their AGOA list. Imagine. So, how can you rely on such a person for business? Today, you trade with him. Tomorrow, he stops you because of your internal policy, not even anything affecting him. So, the third question, who will sustainably buy our goods or services reliably and with predictability? When we started the African tribes, including my own, the Banyankole Bahororo, we discovered that intra-tribal trade is either limited or completely absent. Why? It is because these communities sometimes produce similar products. The Banyankole Bahororo, for instance, all have milk, beef, bananas, etc. A does not buy from B and vice versa. Therefore, identity, being one tribe, does not necessarily solve the problem of prosperity. Happily, we discovered a ready solution, and this was Uganda, that multi-tribal unity, which was already there. You had the Banyankole Bahororo there, but you also had other people. Even in the colonial times of the small enclave economy, the business complementarities among the tribes were already coming up. I was able to pay for education on account of 2 categories of actors. Category 1 was Amos Kaguta, my father, who had cattle he had inherited from his ancestors. Hence, those cattle were Enshugi, the cattle of Jaja, inherited from ancestors. You could therefore sell some of them and pay my school fees. The problem, however, was that there was neither a single Munyankore Mhororo cattle trader at that time, nor was there a developed beef market in the area of Ntungamo. You know where Ntungamo is? You know where Ntungamo is, you people? You may not find it on the Uganda map. You may not find it. So in Ntungamo, we had neither traders of cattle, nor did we have a meat market at that time. That is how the second category of rescuers came in. The people who rescued me to go to school. These were two Baganda, one of them called Warusimbi Mpanga, and another one called Buchenya. Buchenya, the Banyankole were calling him Buchenya, but the Baganda would call him Bukenya. Now that of Buchenya has a grandson who is a big fellow now in the government. I think he's in the Equal Opportunities Commission. If that Munyankole Muganda is here, he can come and they see how Banyankole Baganda look like. Banyankole is the Baganda. If that boy here, if he's here, let him come and they see him here. And then there was also a white man, Share. Was a white man, Share. Warusimbi was buying cattle for the Kampala beef market, Buchenya for the Mbarara market, and Share for the Kirembe copper mines workforce. So it was these three people who supported my education. Warusimbi would buy the cows to bring them to Kampala. Buchenya would take them to the small Mbarara market. Share would take the cows to Kirembe market. Even at that time, the complementarity among the tribes was becoming clear. But even in the pre-colonial times, the interzones trade had become clear. Textiles, Emianda, were coming from the coast in Zanzibar. The glass beads and Kwanzi were from the same source, and so were the guns. Ivory, Emino, however, was coming from the interior of the African continent, and so were the salt, the backcloth, the hulls, etc. It is this historical mission of the need for prosperity that led us to discover the first ideological principle of our movement, of the NRM, as the minister was saying, patriotism, love Uganda. Why? It is because you need it for your prosperity as a market, among other advantages. However, learning from the history of other countries and also seeing what is happening in Uganda once it settled down and started recovery, we discovered that the internal market is not enough. As we speak today, Uganda has got surplus of milk, maize, bananas, beef, sugar, cement, steel products of certain types, etc., as the minister was telling you here. Where do we sell all these? This is when the NRM asked the Ugandans the following questions. Number one, have you heard of East Africa? Because you are stuck with your products. Have you heard of East Africa? Because you are busy with the tribes. Some people are telling you, we, as Banyankole, we, as Baganda, we, as Acholi, some of those pharaohs are busy telling you about the tribes. Ifanga abasoga bene, we are this one. But why don't we solve if those are enough? Why do we have a problem of surplus milk, surplus sugar, surplus this. And this is where the NRM said, have you heard of East Africa? Have you heard of Africa? Why don't you check whether they can buy what we produce and also buy what they produce? Indeed, as I speak now, East Africa and Africa are already buying parts of our surpluses. Otherwise, these sectors of the economy would have collapsed by now. That is how the NRM identified the second ideological principle of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism. Love Africa. Why? It is because we need it for our prosperity. This realization of the need for bigger markets was not only clear to the NRM, others before us had realized this. Germany was not one country until 1871. Germanic-speaking people were divided into 39 kingdoms of Prussia, Saxony, Bavaria, etc. However, there was a strong business group in Prussia known as Junkers. It is written Junkers, but they pronounce it Junkers, that saw the importance of a united German market. Working with Bismarck, they pushed the Pan-Germanism agenda, the unity of the Germans. France, by 1789, had been a united kingdom for a long time. There were, however, internal taxes between the provinces of France known as Gabelle. Those provinces were fiefdoms of the princes of those areas. The rising French middle class, the bourgeoisie, could not accept this. Indeed, the removal of these internal taxes were part of the grievances of the French Revolution. On these two ideological principles of patriotism and Pan-Africanism, we added socio-economic transformation and democracy. This was all to achieve historical mission number one, prosperity for the African people through market integration. We are glad by 1980, the African leaders had started seeing the importance of market integration as part of the Lagos Plan of Action. When the NRM took power, we worked with the Wazee, Mzee Mwinyi, Mzee Mkapa, and Mzee Moi to revive the East African community that was relaunched on the 30th of November 1999. The East African community has now expanded to incorporate Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, DRC, and Somalia. In addition, we have got COMESA and the CFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area. We need to remove all the trade barriers and develop infrastructure to facilitate this trade. However, we also need to ensure that countries that are beginning to come up are assisted. We don't want a common market where some countries benefit, others lose. No, it's very dangerous. The countries which are coming up must be assisted so that they also trade equitably. We should never allow trade imbalances among member states to persist. This market integration will address the historical mission of prosperity. However, we had also identified the second historical mission as that of strategic security. How can Africa ensure that never again will its people be threatened by anybody having gone through the 5 centuries of the slave trade, colonialism, and neocolonialism. Economic integration, if it is fully implemented, will address the issue of prosperity. However, during the Second World War, the developed countries of Holland, Belgium, Denmark, France, Norway, etc., became victims of German aggression. They are being developed notwithstanding. It was the Soviet Union and later the USA and UK that defeated the hegemonic Hitler. Even we, the Africans, 500,000 of Africans, took part in that war, as did 2.5 million Indians who took part in that war to save those countries, France and Holland and all that. The highly developed Israel, in terms of technology, would find it difficult to survive in that zone without the cover of the United States of America. Some actors in the world talk of achieving superiority in the 4 dimensions: land forces, air forces, at sea, the Navy, and in space. Where does this leave Africa? Are we again to exist or not exist with the permission of others? Are we only to thrive with the permission of others? Coming to multidimensional strategic security, only 4 countries have been to the moon. These are USA, Russia, China, and India recently. Can Uganda manage a serious space program even when it becomes a first world country? As we tried to answer that question, there was already an answer given by our elders before independence. This was Uhuru na Umoja, freedom and unity. The present weaknesses in Africa are partly due to the mistake of arrivism, where the leaders prefer to remain big fishes in small ponds. It was only Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanganyika and Mzee Karume of Zanzibar that consummated the economic and political integration of the 2 countries to create Tanzania that has been a great success. Recently, the Union of Tanzania celebrated 60 years. We congratulate our brothers and sisters of Tanzania. Economic and political integration, where possible, are the correct answer to the question of prosperity and strategic security. It handles the 2 missions. In 1963, we were about to achieve the political federation of East Africa. There is a picture which I will give some of the, you can see it there. That picture. I have that picture. I will give it to a few people after my speech. But that was 1963, Uganda, August. They were saying federation this year, Federation of East Africa this year. That's what they were saying. Thank you. You can see the declaration, that declaration by our leaders. However, along the way, some of them developed cold feet. That is why Mwalimu Nyerere and Mzee Karume must be hailed as some of the most devoted Africans that have ever lived. You can be sure that if that federation had taken off, so many of the problems that afflicted us could have been avoided. Certainly, Amin would never have taken power in Uganda. If that federation was there, Idi Amin would never have taken power in Uganda here. Maybe the problems of Rwanda and Burundi could have been handled differently. the problems of South Sudan and Somalia could possibly have been handled differently, as would have been the problems of Congo. Why do I say this? Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, under one political authority, would have been so strong that their voice in these matters would have been decisive. I remember, for instance, our leaders then took a stand on the issue of Congo in 1965. Soon, however, the states started taking divergent positions, which would not have been the case if they were under one political authority. We must again salute Mwalimu Nyerere and Tanzania, because without the support of much of Africa, except for Zambia, Botswana, Algeria, Nasser's Egypt, and Guinea-Conakry, they were able to be a reliable rear base for the anti-colonial armed struggle that raged in Southern Africa from 1962 to 1994, when South Africa achieved freedom. It is a pity that after victory, we only got Uhuru, independence, and not Umoja, unity, especially political integration. The third historical mission we identified was the Undugu, brotherhood of the 1.5 billion African people. These people belong to only 4 linguistic groups: the Niger-Congo, the Bantus and the Kwa, the Nilo-Saharan, the Nilotics, the Cushitic and the Sudanic, the Afro-Asiatic, Arabic, Amharic and Tigrinya, and the Khoisan, the group in South Africa. Recently, I had a delegation from Congo, but we did not have a French translator. However, there was a Runyoro Rutoro speaker from Ituri province in Congo, Tebasima Atenyi. I therefore spoke in Runyoro, and he translated to the rest in French. This was just like 2 weeks ago when I had a group from Congo. I was speaking in Runyoro, and he was translating to those people in French. Apart from similar Interlakistri, Bantu, and Nilotic dialects, we have the good luck of Swahili, which is a neutral, non-tribal dialect developed by our ancestors when they met at the East African coast to conduct business. Therefore, the third historical mission is a question, in quotes: why can't the responsible political actors use the Undugu, the brotherhood, similarities or linkages of these people to create units that support the other 2 historical missions of prosperity and strategic security? You don't hear anybody talking, this is political class, talking about, I don't know what they talk about on TV. I normally once in a while watch, talking nothing. Da, 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 da. How can you have a political class lost? Because when we were young, we were very much involved. Whatever happened in the whole of Africa, we were involved. In 1968, I went to Mozambique, to the liberated zone with some other students. I was not a Mozambican. Balekanga byebasande kukola, nibakola byetasaanidde kukola, n'amazima tegali mu bo. Ani anaavunula ekyo bannange? They left undone what they ought to have done. They left undone what they ought to have done. They did what they ought not to have done, and there is no truth in them. That's what it says in English. With these 3 historical missions, and the 4 ideological principles, we were able to shape our strategy vis-à-vis Africa. The movement, when you talk of movement, you are talking about the 3 historical missions and 4 ideological principles. Not about me. You are not important. Elect me. Elect you for what? Because you are handsome, because you are what? What medicine do you have for us? What medicine do you have for us? We need a medicine for our problems. With these 3 historical missions and the 4 ideological principles, we were able to shape our strategy vis-à-vis Africa. Whatever we did was guided by this. Why did we tactically work with Obote? But when Amin came, we decided to fight him. Because we saw Obote, we were trying to see how we can move him, beg him, see how to move him to our program. But Amin was off the point. So we said, Kwenda, wait, talk. You cannot interfere with our destiny. We have a journey. We are on a journey. You stood in front of us, tunakutoa. The strategy that we always commend, this strategy we always commend to our supporters, is to work for economic integration of the whole of Africa, so as to support prosperity of the African people, and support the additional political integration in the parts of Africa where it is feasible by creating political federations, such as the Political Federation of East Africa. Mwalimu Nyerere and ourselves diverged a bit from Mzee Nkrumah and Muammar Gaddafi, who are talking of a continental government of the whole of Africa. We do not think that such a target of a continental government of the whole of Africa was either feasible or even desirable, because the whole of Africa does not possess enough similarities and linkages to be cohesive, a necessary prerequisite for political integration. East Africa is, and with the use of Swahili, can be very cohesive. The whole of Africa should be one common market. Apart from the Niger-Congo linguistic group that has got a lot of similarities, there are also linkages with, for instance, the Nilo-Saharan groups of languages. This is how, amazingly, I discovered that the Somali word for cow is Saa. It is the very word that most of the Bantu dialects in the Great Lakes use to describe the cow dung, not any other dung. So what the Somalis call a cow is what we call cow dung here. But you can see the linkage. There are a lot of linkages with the Nilotic dialects that we do not have to go into here. It is this belief in the 3 historical principles and 4 ideological, 3 historical missions and 4 ideological principles that enabled the student movement of the 1960s to metamorphose into the armed Fronasa that fought Amin and eventually the NRA-NRM. We rejected the sectarian politics of identity of religion, tribes, and gender chauvinism. By 1986, by the force of 20,000 NRA fighters, backed by millions of civilians that were only propelled by conviction, not by any mercenary interest. The majority of the NRA-UPDF have maintained this. That is why between 1971 and 2021, the NRA-UPDF was fighting for no pay or low pay. Owing to death of some of our supporters, from natural causes mainly, we started getting some corrupt elements, but a minority. These are a minority and are easy to identify and isolate. The spirit of voluntarism was also strong among the civilians. That is why the National Resistance Council, for instance, were getting a low salary, but were content. When we came to the Constituent Assembly, we improved the pay, knowing that it was a temporary parliament. However, subsequent parliaments made two mistakes. One was to increase their salary and allowances, thereby departing from the spirit of sacrifice that had been the hallmark of the NRA, UPDF, NRM. Secondly, a group known as YPA, Young Parliamentarians Association, opportunistically and for cheap popularity, started going around the country and conducting fundraising for some cheap popularity projects, such as schools, etc. I warned them, but they could not listen. I did not want to precipitate a crisis with them when we had problems of Rwanda, Congo, South Sudan, etc. This is, however, why I rejected the call to raise the pay of the president. I said the president will never get a high salary as long as I'm in government and as long as the economy is still growing. Comrades, it's now time to see how to correct these two mistakes. This is because it led the population to believe that the political leaders have a lot of money and must share it with the voters in the form of bribes and endless fundraisings. Although the MPs gave themselves a lot of money, it is not enough to meet these indisciplined demands for bribes and fundraisings. Hence, they end up with debts, and some have run from the constituencies. I hear some of them are IDPs. Internally displaced persons. The government, through the budgets, is the one that can help the people to solve their problems. Programs like NADS, Operational Wealth Creation, PDM, Emioga, etc., have already shown that they can liberate people from poverty. You can see it. You can see it. There's a man from Kamwenge. If you can show me that Kamwenge man, you people, my group, the man in Kamwenge, the man of coffee. The man of coffee. Is that the one? That's another one. The one of Kamwenge was what has happened? Sabotage? That one was interesting because he used the NADS and get him, when you get him, put him,
Amazina ni akole na Julius, a retired teacher.
That's the one.
Indi Kahunje Town Council, Rwenkuba Ward, Yamgonira Ser. Ejifamu ya Kolinako and Family Enterprises, Elia ha acres nka 50. Hano mazireho imyaka mingi iri kuye nka 30. Kuko mu gihe myaka 30 imyaka yo kubanza mingi nkandi umuhingi w'ibicori nkandi ntinyaki w'ibicori bingi munonga konga kuna kutandika no his excellency ya ari na PMA plan for modernization of agriculture nibwo natandika kukunda ideas ize. Then of recent kwa jero mu 4-acre model then nibwo natandika tinkaza guma mu bicori aboko mu bicori nkampinga acres and acres hamuherwa byona ishanga nyine mu katani nk'eshatu ukuziguza ishanga nyine mu ka miliyoni amago.
The important thing is that this man moved into coffee and all those things when we were with the NADS PMA. There was something we were calling PMA, Plan for Modernization of Agriculture, which was like NADS. Then he started growing coffee. So what I'm saying here, the government, through the budgets, is the one that can help the people to solve their problems. Programs like NADS, Operational Wealth Creation, PDM, MYOGA, etc. have already shown that they can liberate people from poverty. The current coffee boom was on account of the government scientists who developed the improved clonal coffee, different from the old variety that the people in Bushenyi had abandoned for the dairy industry. Now, I had some people saying that they are the ones who developed coffee, and so I had some people claiming that. I didn't want to quarrel with them before telling them, but coffee and all these enterprises. Oh, that is the grandson of Buchenya. Zahari Uganda abantu is half Uganda, half Munyankole. Bagambira Buchenya kuyagire mbara. Tell them in English.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President. My name is Sirwaji Habib, a grandson of Kenya, a very close friend to His Excellency, the President. I am privileged, Your Excellency, that my grandparents migrated and found themselves in Mbarara. So for us, we are actually very more fluent in Unyankore more than Uganda, although I'm called Sirwaji Habib. I thank Your Excellency for giving me an opportunity. Wafe Mbarara Katete.
Bajaja wagenda yodi.
Bajaja bagenda 17 era bakwata itaka ddene nnyo.
Nsanvu. Musanvu. 1970. No. This was in the 1950s.
Yes, antikati, Your Excellency, fetwabasanga, I mean, batuzalanga gye tuli. Ne bali balina ettaka ddene nnyo.
No, you go and find out from your parents if they are.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Okay, again.
Thank you very much.
This was in the 50s. Your man number 70. So some people are saying that claiming coffee, this one, you remember there was a group called, the one we abolished, what was it called? The one we rationalized. UCDA. UCDA. They were saying, oh, we are the ones who developed coffee. So coffee was saved by NRM, working with the scientists. When we developed improved the clonal coffee, which was yielding much more than the other coffee of the 1960s, 50s. To prove that, we had very, very important coffee growers in Bushenyi, people like Mukaira, like Chikuri, like others who are growing Kekuruto, they were growing coffee. But because the coffee price collapsed in the 60s, I think, they abandoned and went to cows. Up to now, they are big dairy farmers. They had abandoned coffee. We are the ones who rescued coffee. So it is the government. The current coffee boom was on account of the government scientists who developed the improved colonial coffee, different from the old variety that people in Ushenyi had abandoned for the dairy industry. The dairy industry in the cattle corridor, you can see it for yourself, what it is doing there. If you can show us people like Kabera, the one of Gomba. Can you show us Kabera of Gomba?
Okuva wano ku Gomba Next Generation Farm Institute era nga ye Gomba Next Generation Model Farm. Nze farm manager, farm eno yatandikibwa omwami Kalera Philip era nga ye yawangula empaka z'omulimi asinga 220 eziteekebwa Vision Group mu ggwanga lyonna. Farm eno yatandika omwaka gwa 2003 era nga ekigendererwa kyali kyakulaba tutya tuyinza okufuna mu byobulimi n'obulunzi. Twatandika nga tulunda ente ezaffe ennansi oba ze tuyita Enyankole paka mu mwaka gwa 2018 bwe twalaba nti ettaka lye twalina obunene bwalyo eka 405 amagoba ge twajjangamu otunulidde vali y'ettaka nga tegenkanankana na capital oyo ali mu ttaka. Twalaba nti business tekola ne tukyusa ne tudda mu okulima okw'ekibalo mu 2019 ne tutandika olunda ente ez'amata ez'omubiyumba, enkoko, kulima amatooke, emmwanyi, kulunda embizzi n'okuteekawo ettendekero lisomesa abasawo b'ebisolo n'abalimisi. Twatandika ettendekero lino erya Gomba Next Generation Farm Institute okutendeka abavubuka. Twakizuula nti abavubuka bangi baagala nnyo okwenyigira mu byobulimi n'obulunzi naye nga babulamu obukugu obuli practical etwandiyise hands on. Nti twakizuula nti abavubuka bangi bafuluma mu matendekero ag'ebyobulimi n'obulunzi naye nga balina theory mungi naye ng'okukwatako okukola faama kikyayagala oba yekenyi kyayagala okwekolera nga tebakimanyi. Ekitufuula ab'enjawulo nti abaana baffe tubayigiriza nga bakolera ddala ekyo okugeza nti okuwa ssente okuzijjanjaba kuba faamu eriko ente 5 tegeeza ente ezo zibamala okusomerako. Enkoko nazo weziri nyingi zisukka 2,000, embizzi, emmwanyi eka 5 nti omwana ono byonna abikolera ddala. Wano tuli mu nkoko ez'amagi ze bayita layers. Fenna wano tulina enkoko ezisoba mu 2,000 mu kudda waggulu. Naye kansomese omuntu wange addala nfubuka munnange oyo gwe baalyako ssente z'empitirivu nti yali asobola olunda enkoko ez'amagi 1,000. Nti okuzimba ekiyumba eky'enkoko ez'amagi 1,000 weetaaga wakati w'obukadde 3 ku 5 okusinziira ki ky'oyagala. Kati nga wano ewange nkozesa ssente ntonotono ze twakozesa. Kati enkoko, obukoko obuto, okulya, eddagala, drinka, mweziriira ne mwezinywera, okutuuka ku level wezibiikira emyezi 4 n'ekitundu ku myezi 5, weetaaga milioni 18 ku milioni 2. Lwaki? Nti olumu emmere ebeerako ng'eguddemukko, olumu ng'eyambuseemukko. Sobola mbala nti milioni 18 ku 2. Bwe zituuka ku level eyo nga zitandise oviika kiba kitegeeza zisobola okwebeezaawo ate naawe ne zikubeezaawo. Kakati mu mbeera eyo nga zitandise okubiika tubala lunaku zirya kyenkana ki. Enkoko 1,000 zirya buli nkoko erya grams 12. Kitegeeza enkoko 1,000 zirya kilo 12. Bw'ogenda obalaabalamu.
He will take long, but that is now, you hear how he started this modern farming in 2019. And he's earning quite a lot of money. So the coffee, the dairy industry, the poultry, the Karangara palm oil project. These are projects pushed by the government that have transformed people's lives, not petty money from MPs for fundraising or bribes. So this is suicide for nothing. The voters need to know that these practices of bribes and fundraising are overthrowing the voters' power. The voters, you are overthrowing your own power by electing people because they have given you money. Because then you are power to elect leaders that will work with the central government to solve the problems of the voters, such as infrastructure, supervised wealth funds that are being stolen by the parish chiefs, etc. Do not accept petty money from politicians and throw away your power to elect a leader that can kwemerera. Kwemerera is the Runyankore word for to supervise the money sent to you through the parish or to fight corruption in your area. Once we solve the problem of political corruption that has paralyzed the populist politicians, it will be easy to fight the corruption of the public servants. Why? It is because we have a reliable source for Okurega. Okurega is whistleblowing. These are the people, the victims of the corruption. The people who are the people who are deprived of these services, the population are the victims of the corruption. In the 1960s, we would go to the people. They had all the information. The big changes that are happening in Uganda are by the following actors: the National Resistance Army, UPDF, that liberated the country and has been ensuring peace ever since. The wealth creators in the four sectors of agriculture, manufacturing, services, and ICT. The government scientists that make innovations, and the responsible members of the political class that have been supporting the NRM programs. It is therefore not fair for some actors to spoil these successes. Some people say that they give bribes because Museveni is always giving the khaki envelope to members of the population. Do not draw water mixed with mud. Do not mix up issues. The brown envelopes I give are part of the ancient tradition here. It is called Okorongora. It is the king who does that to the singers or wrestlers, etc. President is the modern king. You are not kings. You are not kings. I have a budget for that. I do not sell my cows to get money kurongora singers. Murekerao umwenkano onkano. This is the Uganda word. It summarizes the whole thing. Murekerao umwenkano onkano. Stop trying to be like the one who is bigger than you. You tell those people that Museveni gives the envelope because he has got a budget. He's president. I'm not president. Why do you want? Fundraising was and is premature. The head of the fundraising is Oksonda. Fundraising is our word is Oksonda, whereby you make small equal contributions but by many contributors. In the 1950s, Mzee Kaguta sometimes would participate in Uksondera to contribute for Enjoga. Enjoga, a pot for a pot full of ruagwa, of banana alcohol. At that time, in Joga, a pot full was 5 shillings. 5 people would contribute 1 shilling each. That's the Kusonda, that is the fundraising. You contribute equal, small amounts that you can afford. But with what's happening now, with the rampant fundraising, the MP carries the whole burden. The MP carries the whole burden. It is really extortion, but it was instigated by the MPs who created the impression that they had the type of money when they did not have. Even the church leaders and other elders should ask those young mistake makers the following question. Naye mwana wange, esente zino zonna ozijjawa? That's what I would ask my people if I saw young people throwing around money. That is what a responsible parent should ask Omwana, son or daughter, or a muzukuru, grandchild, if he or she sees him or her throwing around money. The translation of that question is, my child, from where are you getting all this money that you are throwing around? The responsible parents should not accept stolen gifts from their children or mawanja from their children. So I thought this is what I wanted to comment on the issue of the political corruption and the other corruption. Now, I'm getting information about Obtarondora not checking on government work. I keep hearing, for instance, of bad feeder roads, that feeder roads in some of the areas are not good. Yesterday I was in Kakumiro. The feeder road I rode on was good, it looked good. When I was going to Kagadi, it was a short one, but it was good. The other time I was in Obongi, and the feeder roads there were very good, which we rode on. The other time I was in the Bugwere area, Budaka, Parisa, from the cassava factory. I think we were going to Kamonkori. The feeder roads looked good, but when I drove from Busunju to Mitiana, the road was very bad, the Maram road there. And also the other road to the Tamak road, but that one they are working on it, Tamak road. So, and when we were in Bunyangabu, this issue came up. The question is, what are the districts doing with the 1.3 billion shillings you are sending to them? What is happening? I'm now going to send my spies quietly to check on some of these roads. And once I find the road is not worked on, and yet the government people are there, the cow is there, it's quiet, the diesel is there, the diesels are there, I will go for them. They will have to answer. If the 1.3 billion is not enough, tell us, because the feeder roads are very crucial. If you say it's not enough. Now, I found that in the case of Bunyangabu, they were mixing up issues. The 1.3 billion is to maintain the roads which are already done, which are already made. But they were saying, oh, they want to make bridges across swamps. No, you can't do that with the 1.3 billion. That's new money. That's a new project. Maintain the present roads the way they are, so that you have the maram there, you have the gravel, they are compacted, drainage. This is a must. I will check, and if I find there will be casualties on the local government people there, even the RDC. Why should this be the case when all these people are there? But now for the voters, that's why you need to vote people who care, not the ones you give money to, the ones who have given you money. Now on the issue of the implementation, we'll have to, so much money has been already availed for so many roads. I have a whole list here. Masaka Mutukura, the money is there. The money for Rusari, Lakasambi, Nkonge, Rumegere. Roads like Moyo, Afoji, Katuna, Muko, Kamganguzi, Kumi, Ngora, Serere, Kagwara, Kampala, Maraba, Mitagage, Chitugum Chidepo, Greater Kampala Metropolitan Roads, so the MPs should follow up this money which is already provided, because I have got a long list here of the money already provided, some of it from loans. Even for education, for health, all this money is here. Now, finally, you get misinformation. For instance, the other day I was in Viantonde, and some of the veterans of the NRA, of the Ruero veterans, were talking about some issues. And when I checked, we have already provided 218 billion shillings or something like that for the Casimo. And the Casimo was supposed to be 5 million for leaders each, and 1 million for supporters. Now, this money, 218 billion, has already, it's too much money. So what happened? Who took this money? And yet I heard some of them were complaining. You are going to dig up the whole thing. Then you get the cattle compensation. Teso, Lango, Achori. We have already spent 200 billion shillings on that. Who got this money? And we have now budgeted for another 80 billion. You had it being read here. So you, the leaders, follow up this money. Of course, I will also follow up now that I'm involved. Then you get things like the stadiums. Quite a bit of money has been sent to some of these stadiums. So the National Council of Sports needs to explain to us. I hear some money has gone for stadiums like Kacheka, like a number of them. To do that, to do this, some work. Others are going to be done massively, like Akibu and so on. So the Council of Sports should also explain, come and brief Mom about all this money. Now finally, I saw some issue about the digital number plates of vehicles. About fines. That people are being fined for, I don't know for what. But the issue about the number plates is not fines. It is anti-crime. I want my people to put on the TV a picture I saw in today's paper. Put that picture, if you have it. Today, you see that young man? 45 years, was killed on 10th of June, a few days ago. This one here, Geoffrey Wayengara. It was in today's paper. I cannot accept our Ugandans dying because of an incomplete infrastructure. You remember when I addressed you in Parliament, I think it was 2018, I told you about the cameras. You were here with your policemen, just there, and Amravie. That was all they were doing. And Amravie, the one who's going to kill people doesn't call witnesses to see him. So I said, please, let's go technical. Let's have cameras. Now the cameras have helped us to handle a number of things. But the problem they have is that the number plates, these ones which are just, they are cooked. They just go and pick something and put it there. These are digitized number plates. With the central command post, you touch it, the command post alarm goes off. This is the work of the digital number plates, not collecting fines and so on. I think the confusion about fines could be because we didn't have money. And we told these people to do the number plates, maybe recover the money from those who make mistakes, fines. I don't know, I think that's where the confusion started. But the issue is about the number plate is digitized. Every vehicle must have a digital number plate, traceable by the central machinery, central command, to know which pikis were in this area at this time, which cars were in this area. Because these number plates which are put on and put off, these are meaningless. This is the whole thing about the digital number plates. It's not about money, fines, what, no. It's about security. That boy now, such a young person killed, they're acting with impunity. This is what I cannot accept. Look at this one. Was killed here in Mkono, I think. Yes, killed. And then we must now go, the cameras, sometimes the cameras also, they cover their faces. It's not easy to know. The number plates are forged. No. This is the purpose of the digital number plate. It's about security, not money, fines, what? Rubbish. Apoyo Matek Rubangatiye.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the successful delivery of the budget and fulfilling your constitutional obligation. We reiterate our commitment as legislature to apply its mandate to the realization of the progressive intentions for the country and its citizens. Honorable members and all the invited guests, you have been invited for a cocktail.
I didn't know I had a standing ovation, so I must bow.
You've been invited for a cocktail at Serena by Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Now, on the issue of the federation, I brought that picture there. I want to give one to the speaker. Take it to her. I want to give another one to the leader of government, the vice president, if she's here as head of the government. Is she here? Give one to the vice president. Give another one to the chief whip of the NRM. Give another one to the leader of the opposition. Have you heard of that person? Leader of the opposition. So that they can start talking about serious politics, not rubbish. Leader of opposition, where is he? Come and they give it to you. Come. That one there. Then who is the other one? Oh, the Dean of the Diplomat Corps. The Dean of the Diplomat Corps. Who is the Dean now? The Dean there, is there. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Apoyo Matek.
Adjournment.
Once again, I want to thank you, Your Excellency. We also want to thank Mama, all the dignitaries, and all the invited guests for gracing this function. May the good Lord bless all of you. Honorable members, the House is adjourned sundown.
The anthems.
Yes, the budget reading is done and the president has given his final address there, but a lot of speaking done by the Minister of Finance there.
Kubadde kusoma kwa budget wali ku Kololoso Memorial Grounds era nga Minister wa Finance omukulu Kasaija Matia yatuwadde budget nagambye budget y'olwaleero oba budget y'omulundi guno y'omwaka guno 2025-2026 yeeyongeddeko katono okuva kweri gye twalina last year omwaka guli 2024-2025 luli twalina trillions 7.2 ne billions 136 nga ku mulundi guno ate bongeddemu katono nga tulina bongeddeko trillions oba zoyinza okuyita obusiriivu 7.2 mu billions 3.76 budget y'omulundi guno ebadde esubiramu ebintu bingi nnyo yanagaye nti mu ngeri y'enjawulo budget eno twali tugisuubira okukwasaganya ensonga ez'omuggundu ezigenda okugenda mu maaso mu ggwanga omwaka guno gwe tuyingira mu 2026 nga muzo mwe muli ensonga y'okulonda muyo mwe muli ensonga ya AFCON okuteekateeka omupiira gw'ekikopo ky'amawanga ga Africa mumwo mwe muli enkola eyo eya National Development Plan NDP ey'omulundi ogwokuna ate nga mulimu ne ID renewal oba kibayita National ID renewal. So byonna bibadde bitunuliddwa nnyo mu budget eno ey'omulundi guno 2025-2026 era nga mukyo munaffe Matia Kasaija Minister wa Finance atutegeezezza nti ku mulundi guno budget egenda kutambulira ku kibayita ATMIS empagi ziri nnya ze balambuludde. Honorable Matia Kasaija alambuludde nti enkola gye bagenda okutambulira bagita ATMIS oba mulimu empagi nnya ze balambise nti budget y'omulundi guno gyegenda okubanga ekwasaganya nga mukyo mulimu ebyobulimi oba kibayita agro industry kyekikutte ennamba emu mu mpagi eya A, then nayongerako tourism ne development ebyobulambuzi mu Uganda nabyo bikola ennyukuta eyo eya T, ate ne mineral development and gas kugamba ebyobugagga ebyomutaka amafuta n'ebigwa mu kkowa eryo ne bagenda kubanga babitekako nnyo omulaka wabigenda kuba byankizo nnyo mu budget eno ya 2025-2026 so nga ate ne science technology ne innovation oba obuyiiya ne science oba ne teknologiya bigenda kubanga bisibwako nnyo omulaka. Mu bufu obwo nagambye nti budget eno Minister Honorable Matia Kasaija atutegeezezza nti mingi bagenda okubanga batunuulira ssente zino zijja kubanga nsonyiwa katono obuwumbi oba trillions 37 bwe busiriivu 37 n'obutundutundu 2 zigenda kubanga zivya ddala wano mu ggwanga. Kitegeeza nti ku budget eno eya obusiriivu 7.2 mu billions 3.76 n'obuwuzi obugwamu ekitundutundu ekinene ekyenkanankananga trillions 3.7 n'obutundutundu 2 zigenda kubanga zikuŋŋaanyizibwa okuva wano mu ggwanga. Kitegeeza nti Uganda Revenue Authority bannaffe abawooza b'omusolo bagenda kuba bakola nnyo kuŋŋaanya ssente zino kubanga budget wetu bwerambise nti 37.2 trillions zigenda ezikola budget eyo zigenda kuba ziva wano mu Uganda butereevu. Ne balambika ne bagamba nti ate trillions 11 n'obuwuzi 3 trillions 11 obusiriivu 11 n'obutundutundu 3 ne billions 3 zo zigenda kubanga zeewolebwa bwewolebwa. Mu kino balambise ne bagamba omukulu Honorable nti okwewola mulimu okugenda okubanga kukolebwa munda mu ggwanga oba bannaffe abawoozi b'ensimbi munda mu ggwanga ate n'abo abagenda otuwola okuva ebweru w'eggwanga nga muno banokoddeyo bannaffe abali mu lukalu luli olwa Bulaayi oba kyoyita Europe nga tusuubira okwewolayo kumpi trillions 11 eza wano ate nga ne bannaffe abawala bwe bajja kuba batuwa millions ezinkanankana oba billions rather ezinkanankana 186 okwongera ku budget eno. Bayogedde bannaffe ekikwatako abo abali mu nkola y'ebya finance ne batutegeeza nti trillions 11 oba obukasirivu 11 kagenda kubanga ko kava mu mabanja mu ngeri emu oba endala era omukulu Matia Kasaija Minister of Finance ategeezezza ebintu bingi nnyo wano binjagala okumenyerako naawe abaddala abawa badde agoberera obeeko byotegeera. Okusooka byonna atutegeezezza nti inflation level ya Uganda ekendeddeko okuva ku mulundi guli we yali ate era nga ne inflation level yaffe ng'eggwanga ya Uganda eri wansi okusinziira mu kitundu kye tulimu ekya East Africa. Mu ekyo njagala okutegeeza nti wadde nga alina okuddeyo ensonga efaananyeeko bw'etyo njagala okutegeeza nti natugamba nti ne poverty level oba level y'obwavu poverty level bannaffe tetukyali bankuseere nnyo mu ggwanga kuba luli tubadde mu bitundu bwa percentage eri 24.5 byebitundu bye percentage eri 24.5 naye kati ategeeza nti level y'obwavu mu ggwanga yasseeko kati nga tuli mu bitundutundu 16 bakyo yinza okuyita 16% nakyo kikeredde ku mulundi guno. So mu ngeri emu oba endala bategeezezza nti ng'eggwanga Uganda level y'obwavu yo njikutegeezezza nti ekendedde era ne batutegeeza nti n'obuwangaazi bw'Abannayuganda bweyongeddeko okuva ku myaka nga 32 life span gye badde batubalirako okutuuka ku myaka nga 68 omuntu mwayinza okufiira singa aba mu Uganda muno, naye nga kino kyonna bakyesigamya ku mbeera ennungi oba enteekateeka ennungi gavumenti ya NRM gyetuwadde. Minister Honorable abyongere n'atutegeeza nti mu myaka 15 gino gye babadde beegendezebwa gye badde mu budget okuva ku guno okudda emabega, bategeeza nti kye bayita income basket yaffe oba export basket yaffe oba betusuubula rather betuweereze weeru w'eggwanga byeyongeddeko ne products 31. Luli twalina ebintu bisatu bye bayitanga the 3 C's bwakiyitanga wetutu bwe twasomanga 3 C's, omwabanga coffee emmwanyi, omwabanga cotton possibly ne copper, the 3 C's. Naye kati emyaka 15 amabega Minister Honorable Matia Kasaija ategeezezza nti basket yaffe oba byetusuubula oba byetuweereza ebweru w'eggwanga byetutundayo ebweru wa Uganda byeyongeddeko ne products oba n'ebisuula ebintu 31 mukyo amenyeemu amasannyalaze n'amenyaamu ebintu bingi nnyo emuli tekinologiya ku ebyo bye tulabikanga abakola wano. Era minisita yongere n'atutegeeza rather nti bw'ogeraageranya nti Uganda ng'eggwanga kifo kirungi nnyo okubanga kisigibwamu eri bannaffe bamusigansimbi agamba it's one of the top investment destinations in Africa. Tibw'ogeraageranya amawanga amalala mu Africa omuntu waba anoonya wasiga ssente Uganda teyandigirese mabega kubanga nungi ate ssente zivaayo. So musigansimbi bw'obanga eyo ng'owulira njagala okutegeeza nti Uganda kifo kirungi nnyo okubanga osigamu ssente zo. Era n'atutegeeza mu bufu ebyo nti ne speed kwe tukulira nga economy nayo egenda waggulu nga bwemumanyi bwatera okukola akantu kaffe kali muwafu wolwanagayo kali waggulu. So njagala okwongera okutemeratemera ebitonotono bannaffe abali mu sekita ya finance oba ministry ya finance boogeddeko nkutegeezezza nti obuwumbi oba trillions bwetuyita obusirivu mu Uganda tugenda kukozesa 72 ne billions nga 376 n'okugenda wetyo. So bwe batemyetemye ssente zino tutegeddeko nti enkola eri eya National Development Plan y'okulaakulanya ng'eggwanga yo bagiwadde trillions 29 ne billions 5. NDP gye tuyita National Development Program ng'eggwanga lyonna okutwaliramu okukulaakulanya eggwanga efunyeeko trillions oba obutabalika babuyita bwetyo mu Luganda obutabalika 29 ne billions nga 5. Bannaffe aba security oba ebyokwerinda bakutte kyakumwanjo mu budget eno era nga bo Honorable Matia Kasaija ategeezezza nti baweereddwa trillions 9 trillions 9 twogera ku ssente za Uganda trillions 9 no billions 9, that's 9.9 trillion. Bannaffe abo abali mu security omuli amagye omuli poliisi okubanga zebakozesa omwaka guno mu kino ssente zino zibaweereddwa mu nsonga nti tweteekerateekera akaseera ak'okulonda nga bw'omanyi. So ebyokwerinda mu kaseera ke tuyingira mu mwaka w'okulonda aka 2026 bigenda kuba byankizo nnyo okulaba nga eggwanga teriri mu butabanguko. So bwe bati ne babawa trillions 9 no billions 9. Enguudo and infrastructure, enguudo roads and infrastructure oba n'ebizimbe minisita bw'abadde atema Honorable atutegeezezza nti bo bajja kufunira ddala trillions nga 6 mu buufu bwe butyo okubanga baddukanya oba batereeza enguudo waliwo ze bakonyeeko nga ziri mu budget eno agamba nga oluguudo lw'ebusaabala enguudo z'Essembabule Nakawuka Moyo ebyo byonna bigenda kubeera ku budget eyo eya trillions 6 eziweereddwa bannaffe aba infrastructure. Mu kino boogedde ku kyebayita debt payment mu budget eno nakyo kibadde mu okusasula amabanja ge tulinanga eggwanga kubanga bw'otunulira mu records oba mu byafaayo tulabika ng'eggwanga Uganda batubanja billions eza US oba billions za America dollars 25 25 US billion dollar nga ge mabanja ge tulina so banja ddene ne kakati mu nteekateeka eno eya budget eno y'omwaka guno 2025 batutegeezezza nti kumpi trillions 11 ba trillion 11 bwe butabalika 11 bugenda kuba butereevu nga busasula mabanja gatubanjibwa jjukira tulina amabanja okuva ebweru w'eggwanga n'abantu n'ebitongole ssekinomu nga International Monetary Fund ebituwola so mu budget eno ekyokuba nga tusasula amabanja ge tulina nga eggwanga kigenda kutwala trillion 11 oba akasiriivu oba obusiriivu 11 ebyobulimi nga agriculture nga gwe backbone eggwanga lyaffe kwe litambulira bagitemedde trillion namba jjukira nti obulimi kwe tutambulira ng'eggwanga naye nga bannaffe batuwadde trillion emu okubanga ebyo bitambula bulungi ebyensoma oba kiyite education nakyo kiweereddwa kumpi trillions 5 bwe busiriivu oba brother bwe butabalika nsonyiwaako butaano 5 trillion zizigenda okubanga zikola ku byokusoma oba ku byenjigiriza ajjukira tulina enkola eya UPE ate n'enkola eya USE nga kumpi abayizi nga obukadde 9 buli mu system oba mu nkola eya UPE ate n'obukadde bulala 9 ne buba mu nkola eya USE eya Universal Secondary Education so mu nkola bwetyo ne baba nga bannaffe abali mu department oba mu factors oba mu sectors ezo ez'ebyenjigiriza abaweereddwa obuwumbi rather obutabalika nsonyiwaako trillions 15 nga mu kyo batutegeezezza nti kumpi amasomero 116 116 schools galina enteekateeka okuba nga gazimbibwa mu budget eno egenda okuba nga etandika oba etandise akaseera kano kennyininyini ne universities ezimu omuli university ey'e Busoga ate ne university ey'e Bunyoro zigenda kuba nga nazo ziri ku mwanjo nnyo mu luuyi olwo olwa ebyenjigiriza mu budget eno esomeddwa bannaffe era minisita alambuludde n'ayongera ku energy oba kyebayita power amasannyalaze n'ebigwa mu kkowe eri oba energy okutwaliramu zo ziweereddwa 1.806 trillions zeziweereddwa oba trillion emu ne billions 586 era ng'ezo zigenda kuba ziyamba mu kukwasaganya ensonga y'amasannyalaze njukira tuli mu kiwenda nga bannaffe abawumeme abaali bakola ku byamasannyalaze batusiibula ate nga tuyingira bannaffe aba UEDCL okubanga bakwasaganya ensonga z'amasannyalaze naye nga amawulire amalungi gali nti minisita nga bwatutegeezezza nti amasannyalaze kati ge tulina geeyongerako okuva ku ge twalina ku mulundi guli era nga kati okutuweezeza ddala kibayita megawatts 2,251 so megawatts tulina era nga mu kino okwongera okulambika ku nsonga ezo ekkolero ery'ebujagaali eriweesa oba eritwa amasannyalaze lyo baliggyeko omusolo okwongera okuyimusa ku distribution oba ku ngabanya n'ensaasanya y'amasannyalaze naawe osobola okubeerayo ng'ogoota ewatali kunyigirizibwa palamenti yo nga palamenti bannaffe abateeseza amateeka mu balegisters abo baweereddwa trillion namba nezigwamu trillion nayo ebaweereddwa ne billions nga 308 ne billions 38 okwongera okuba nga batambuza emirimu gyabwe ejjukira tugenda kuba tubeetaaga nnyo ate nga balina obukiiko ze bayita commission ez'enjawulo nga zino ze zitemaatema ze zirambika n'okulondoola enkola y'emirimu nabo bannaffe baweereddwa 1,038 nga nazo zaabwe okwongera okutambuza emirimu gya parliament judiciary bannaffe kitongole ekyo ekiramuzi kye bayita judiciary bo baweereddwa biliyoni zikunuukiriza mu 512 nga nazo zigenda kuba nga zikwasaganya emirimu egigwa mu kkowe eryo mu siga eddamuzi mu nteekateeka y'emu nga twesunga okulaba okulonda okw'omwaka ogujja 2026 Honorable Matia Kasaija alambise nga billions 4.5 bwe zimaze okubanga zitekebwa mu ndyanga okubanga zitambuza emirimu egyo egy'okulonda bannaffe ab'ebyokulonda ezo zibaweereddwa kumpi billions 4.5 okuteekateeka akakiiko aka electoral commission oba EC ezo ssente zibagenda kubanga bazikozesa okubanga baddukanya kulonda tugenda okunyira mu mwaka ogujja. Tugenda kugamba nti ebimu ku bibadde ebyenkizo mu parliament eno kwesunga okuba tugenda kuteeka ekikopo kya AFCON oba African Cup of Nations. Minister leero atutegeezezza nti billions bwe buwumbi nga 200 bo bumaze okubanga bukuteekebwa ebbali ku lw'okusobola okulongoosa emirimu egyo egy'ebisaawe n'ebigwa mu kkowe eryo nga muno mulimu ekisaawe eky'Ehoima omukulu akikonyeeko n'ekyakibuwa stadium ebisaawe ebyo mu nnambika eyo biweereddwa ssente okubanga nabyo bilongoosebwa oba nga bizimbibwa nga tweteekerateekera okutegeka ekikopo kya African Cup mu budget efaananako bwetyo. Railways be bannaffe ab'eggaali y'omukka Railways oba ekitongole ekyo oba ekkowe erya eggaali y'omukka baweereddwa billions ezikunuukiriza mu 2017 baweereza trillions ke kasirivu trillion ezenkanankana trillions 2 ne billions 175 trillions 2 ne billions 175 okubanga baddukanya babalongoosa emirimu egyo. Jjukira tuli mu kiseera nga gauge line oba railway gauge line ezimbibwa n'okutereezebwa aboogedde ku bitundutundu eby'emikono n'ejjinja bagenda kubanga batereeza rail line eyo tugenda kubanga tugikosa nnyo tugyetaaga so baweereddwa obutabalika obuweereza ddala kumpi 2. Ebyobulambuzi byogeddwako nnyo kubanga nzijukiddemu nga ne Minister Honorable atugamba nti bw'ayogera ku Uganda nga bwerekula awulira nga agetinga so emotional. So abannaffe ab'ebyobulambuzi baweereddwa billions ezikunuukiriza mu 467 budget eno zeba allocating okubanga bazikozesa because ebimu ku bisinzo tuyingiriza ssente ng'eggwanga omwaka guno olwa budget ya eri gye tukubye emabega ye kubanga ekitongole ekya tourism oba obulambuzi butukoze bulungi ne butukane ku ranking yokuba nti Uganda yemu ku bifo oba yemu ku mawanga omusanvu agasinga okukyalirwa mu Uganda bw'omenya amawanga gali mu Africa agakunuukiriza nga 56 oba 57 bw'omenya omusanvu agasooka eggwanga lyattu Uganda kweriri mu nkola y'ebyobulambuzi so bw'omenya omusanvu so mu bufu bwe butyo bannaffe abali mu sekita eyo nga bakulebeddwamu Honorable Matia Kasaija batuwadde mu nkola ey'obulambuzi billions oba bwe buwumbi 427 n'obutundutundu 6 okubanga bulabirira ensonga ezifaananako bwe zityo. So ndowooza bwe bityo bwe bitambudde okutwalira wamu digital transformation oba okujja omulembe digital transformation kwe kukyusa okuva mu analog bintu bingi bitukozesa ng'eggwanga nga bibadde mu nkola enkadde kati ekyokulabirako bwogeza nga namaplates president zabadde ayogerako nga tugenda kukyusa okuva ku namaplates ziri enkadde tudde mu namaplates ziri digital somehow nti information yonna ekwata ku motoka eba ku namaplate eyo. So nga akakiiko ako obanga ministry eya finance ekalocatinze kumpi billions 381 okubanga zitetenkanya obanga ziraba nga omulimu ogwo ogwa digital transformation gukyusibwa mu ngeri emu oba endala. Ebyobulamu nakutegeezezza nti byaweereddwa trillions 5 okulaba nga bigenda mu maaso oba nga byongera okunyinyitira mu ggwanga mu kyo batutegeezezza nti omwaka oguwedde financial year 2024-2025 government yakola nnyo mu kubanga bazimba blood banks oba amaterekero g'omusaayi n'okuzimba oxygen plants bwe zisobola okukolerwa n'oku-upgradinga kyebayita health center 3s eziri ku bitundu byaffe ebyo okuzifula health center 4s. So mu bufu bwe butyo mu budget ene baweereddwa bannaffe abali mu byobulamu kyebayita health bagenda kubanga bongera okunyinyiitiza ensonga ezo okufuna emergency ambulances n'ebigwa mu kkowe eryo okwongera okubanga bayambako mu kutaasa obulamu eri abantu n'abaana b'eggwanga ne bannakazadde nabyo byogeddwako mu nkola efaanako bwetyo. Okusembeyayo ekibadde ekikulu oba kye nandyagadde okufunika nakyo, Minisita Honorable Matia Kasaija ayogedde ku nsonga eno eya PDM oba kye tuyita Parish Development Model, eyo PDM. Batutegeezezza nti kumpi ku parishes eziri mu Uganda eziwera ddala 1000 olulamba mu 1589 eziri mu ggwanga okutwalira wamu, ba allocating 3.3 trillions oba bwe butabalika busatu ne billions bisatu okuba nga butuuka mu parish ezo zonna. Parish mu Luganda ndowooza gye bayita emiruka. Ku miruka 1,500 eziri mu ggwanga batuwadde 3.3 trillions okubanga zituuka ku nkola ya Parish Development Model oba kiyite PDM. Naye nga mu bufu ekyo Honorable wa Finance Matia Kasaija ategeezezza nti ng'ennaku z'omwezi 3 omwezi guno bwe guggweerako sente zino trillions 3 n'obutundu ne billions 3 zigenda kuba zimaze okutuuka ku buli muluka gwonna ku miruka gyonna 1,580 mu mmeka bwe zityo. So omwezi guno we gunaggweerako nga sente eza PDM zituuse ku buli muluka. Bannaffe abazettanira n'okuzaagala okuzifunako mube nga mutuukayo mangu ddala ng'omwezi guno guweddeko. Nja kusembeyo n'ensonga ey'aba performing artist bannaffe abali mu kye bayita okuyiiya ebitone, abayimbi, muli nabaffe abayimbi eza gospel. Omwaka guli minisita ategeezezza nti babawa obuwumbi obuweereza ddala 10 bulamba. Ne ku mulundi guno tebabasuuliridde bongeddemu oba oliawo ziweeredde ddala obuwumbi obuweereza ddala okuwerera 600 nga nabo bubaweereddwa okwongera okutumbula ebitone ne bannabitone bonna bagwa mu kkowa eryo. So omulako okutwalira wamu enkola eya ATMS oba ATMS egenda kuba ekola nnyo omuli agro-industrialization, mineral development and oil gas, tourism development, science technology kwe tugenda okutambulira era ng'amaanyi gaffe oba amaanyi bannaffe ge bataddemu nga ministry ya finance bagenda gateeka nnyo ku kitongole ekiwoza ky'omusolo kibe nga kikola butassamuka butassamwoyo okubanga kiwoza omusolo okusobola okufulfiringa budget eno gye tulina jukana kugambye nti trillions 37 ne billions nga 2 oba obutabalika 37 bugenda kuba bujjwa wano mu ggwanga direct. So ekitongole ekiwoza ky'omusolo kigenda kuba kikola nnyo okubanga kiwoza omusolo okutuukagana ne budget gye batuwadde omwaka guno 2025-2026 era nga mu ekyo minisita asabye nti wagenda kubaawo okwasa amaanyi bannaffe abasimagulinga oba abakukusa ebintu ku booda ku nsalo z'eggwanga bagenda kikwasa amaanyi nnyo n'okulaba nga balongoosa mu nkola kye bayita digitalization of taxation. Okuwoza emisolo kugenda kufuuka nnyo nga kuli digital. Obeera oliawo nga bakuweereza ka message kuganga ebintu byonna biri computerized. So ebyo nabyo bigenda kuba nnyo ku mwanju ate n'akola ne ku mbeera ey'okubanga bagenda kuba nga bakola kye bayita amending of tax laws oba okukyusa n'okuyimusa oba n'okuteeka ennongoosereza ku mateeka ag'omusolo oba agafuga enkola eyo ey'omusolo. Okutwalira wamu bwetyo embalira y'eggwanga bwetambudde. Mpozi batutegeezezza nti nga mmaliriza ebyamazzi biritalatibbu nga luwombo lw'amagi batugambye nti ku bantu 10 abali mu maka ag'olaba ag'enjawulo at abantu nga 8 balina amazzi agamalamu oba amazzi amalungi. So mucho nga era mmaliriza kwe kuba nti ne bannaffe ab'eruweero babakonyeeko ba victims ab'eruweero oba abantu abakosibwa olutalo lw'eruweero bannaffe aba gavumenti ya NRM nga bajja mu buyinza jjukira olutalo olwatandikira. So bannaffe aba NRM ab'eruweero musazire eri ebulemeezi babalowoozezaako bwe kataligirya oba oliawo bagenda kubanga babasasula baba bakompensatinga ebintu byammwe ebyakosebwa mu lutalo olwaleeta gavumenti eri mu buyinza. Bwe tutyo bwe tutambudde olwaleero nkakasa nti obadde mulabi mulungi weebale kubanga okyatwekuumiddeko wano ku Rest TV. Saagala oveeko because ebirala bingi nnyo bikyajja. Yongere kwekuumira ku Rest TV. Nze Kaya Tendo si usula bulungi akawungeza kana ak'olwaleero.